Good evening and welcome to the January 21st, 2026 meeting of the City Summit Zoning Board of Adjustment. My name is Scott Loikitz and I'm the Zoning Board Chair. Please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In accordance with New Jersey Statute 10:4-10, adequate notice of this special meeting has been provided to a newspaper record, has been posted here in City Hall. This meeting is a judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision. Decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. For the benefit of the interested public, this meeting is being live streamed on the city's YouTube page, also broadcast on Summit Government Channel, which is Comcast Channel 34, Verizon Channel 30. Transcript of this meeting is also being taken using video and audio, so we need all speakers to utilize one of the microphones in this room. Please note that the fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room where you entered. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it thereafter. Normally, we'll call the roll, but we have two board members to be sworn in tonight, so we're going to do that instead.
All right, so Rick and Jay, if you could each please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
Jay Feskins,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear truth and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all the duties
of a member of the zoning board
as a member of the zoning board
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Welcome, Mr. Bell. Welcome back, Mr. Feskins. Thank you. Mr. Ball, could you please call the roll of members for us?
Certainly. Vice Chair Zahn is excused. Mr. Yuko is excused. Mr. Malay is excused. Mr. Nelson.
Here.
Mr. Curran is excused. Ms. Chifo.
Here.
Mr. Feskins.
Here.
Mr. Chanchuli.
Here.
Mr. Bell.
Here.
And Chairman Loikitz.
Here.
You have a quorum. You may proceed.
You forgot me.
Oh, Mr. Mullen, you weren't on my list.
Are you here?
I am here, but I've been sworn in too.
Glad we cleared that up. Andy Ball is the zoning board's attorney. Mr. Ball advises the board members on matters of law and is the key interface with the applicant's attorney. Mr. Ball does not vote on these applications. Jessica Sands is a city employee. She's not here tonight. She's under the weather, but she'll be back with us soon. And is our zoning board secretary. Our board secretary works with the applicants on preparing their applications, planning our agendas, keeping our meeting minutes. Board secretary also does not vote on these applications. Also present tonight are our experts who are hired annually by the board to provide input. Tonight we have Marie Raffet from Colliers Engineering. Also present is Ed Snikes from Burgess Associates, and he's our board planner. These experts are seated at the table to the right of the board, the public's left. They also do not vote. Our board consists of 7 regular members and up to 4 alternates. All members can participate in the hearing tonight, but a maximum of 7 can vote. Most applications require a simple majority to be approved. Before we enter into executive session to vote on the application, you will be advised of how many votes are required. Each case will begin with the applicants or their attorney giving an overview of the application process to date, the variances that are required. We then hear from additional expert witnesses the applicant may have to help explain the application, why these variances are needed. The board experts, followed by the board members, may ask questions of the applicant, their attorney, and their expert witnesses. Due to recent cases running excessively long, we strongly encourage applicants and their experts, please give brief and concise testimony so we may get to as many cases as possible in a given evening. Once the board members and then the board professionals have completed their questions, the public will have an opportunity to ask their own questions. This is not the time to tell us what you think about the case. That opportunity comes at the end of the hearing. Please be careful as how you phrase your questions. They should not be preceded with a statement about the case, should be a direct question to the witness. Also, before you ask your questions, we ask please clearly state your name, spell your last name, provide us your address. It's important that our court reporter be able to keep a clear and accurate public record. After all the witnesses have been heard, members of the audience have a second opportunity to speak. And at that time, you may express your opinion, positive or negative, about the application. Then the public hearing is closed and we enter into executive session. This is where the board members discuss the case and then vote. You will be able to listen to our executive session, but you will not normally be able to participate in our discussion. I ask that each applicant and their attorney present come up and give a brief synopsis of their anticipated testimony tonight, but we can, obviously, tonight we have one hearing, so we only need Roger for this. And then just to let everyone know, we're going to try and get as much done as we can tonight, but I think we're going to try and wrap things up at 11 o'clock. And then at that point, we can discuss what our next steps are in terms of trying to get this entire thing completed. Sound good? All right. With that, Roger, the floor is yours, as they say.
Have to keep it.
I'll just note for the record that Mr. Bell has recused from the application and has stepped down from the dais.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Roger Maynor, Lindenberry, McCormick, Estabrook, and Cooper. Now in New Providence, New Jersey. Things have changed since last we were here, representing the applicant, Beacon Unitarian. We have one more witness in our case tonight. We have our planner, Kate Keller. She did testify somewhat perfunctorily in July when we had a little bit of a chaotic meeting. So we're going to bring her back now that she's heard Betsy Dolan's parking testimony, summarize her findings, and she'll be available for cross. And then that will be our direct case, subject to recalling a witness if we have to for rebuttal. But that will be the end of our presentation. So then the objectors can present.
Will you be giving any kind of summation or anything like that? Or,
Well,
or wrap
the way
up?
would expect this would happen is we'd finish all the testimony, whatever testimony Mr. Simon puts up. The public would have a chance to comment, and then we'd both have a chance to summarize our cases at the end. That'd be the
sounds-
last thing before y'all
yes.
would vote, so.
That sounds like what we were thinking as well, so that works. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so-
you.
Okay, thank you. So I'd just like to call back to the stand Kate Keller, please.
Hi, everybody.
And I'll just note that Ms. Keller was previously sworn and her credentials were accepted at that time. You remain under oath.
Yes, thank you all. So to new board members, I don't know if there are any, my name is Kate Keller with the firm of Phillips Price Greigel Laney Keller based in Hoboken, New Jersey. So yes, as indicated, I was previously sworn. I offered testimony exactly 6 months ago today. It was July 21st. So given the time that has passed and given the fact that I had not completed our case at the time, I am here tonight to refresh the board and their professionals before we proceed to your questions and public comment. So tonight I'm going to briefly review the variances that are being requested and provide the planning proofs for each of those. So again, we've heard a lot of testimony on this application, so I won't try not to repeat myself, but Beacon Unitarian Church is proposing to develop a new house of worship at the former American Red Cross office at 695 Springfield Avenue, block 1702, lot 47. This site has been used for non-residential purposes since the Red Cross moved in, which per my research is approximately 1960. However, the property is still located in the R15 residential zone. This zone encompasses much of the western portion of the city of Summit, and it permits only single-family dwellings and public parks as principal uses. However, houses of worship, such as Beacon Unitarian Church and educational institutions, are permitted as conditional uses in this district. And just by way of, kind of looking at the purposes of zoning and why this is the way that it is that houses of worship in particular are frequently permitted in residential zones in Summit, across the state, and across the country. This goes back to the fact that they are intended, historically and at present day, they're intended to serve as fixtures in a community. And then also, there is an inherent public benefit to this use that is considered to be, in many cases complementary to residential and commercial uses, many types of uses. So this is the case throughout Summit. Houses of worship of various denominations are located in single-family residential zones. Just by way of example, St. John's Lutheran, also on Springfield Avenue, is in the R10 zone. Temple Sinai Synagogue is on Summit Avenue, is in the R25 zone. The Summit JCC on Kent Place Boulevard is in the R15 zone, and Pilgrim Baptist Church and Morris Ave is in the R5 zone. So, these are all sites that exist in town. Some have been more recently approved. And while obviously there are distinctions between a house of worship and single-family uses, this is where the conditional use standards come in. The city's development regulations recognize this because they provide those standards, which are intended to mitigate any negative impacts or really kind of any uncomplimentary uses or distinctions between the house of worship, or in this case also an educational facility, which is also a conditional use in the zone, and single-family residences. So the reason we're here tonight before the zoning board is because the proposal does not meet several of those conditional use standards, so D3 variance relief is required. And I know this board is aware of it, but just to reiterate, in order for this board to grant that D3 variance relief that we're requesting, we as the applicant have to demonstrate that the site can overcome any problems associated with the fact that some of the standards are not met. This is established in the case of Coventry versus Westwood. And per that decision, the applicant's burden for relief is actually much less than it is for a D1 use variance. We do not need to show that the site is particularly suitable for the proposed use. It's already permitted in the zone. But rather, we have to demonstrate to this board that the site can still function appropriately, safely, without adversely impacting neighborhood properties or the public at large. So that's what we're here to do tonight, and that's what my planning testimony tonight is going to center on. I'm going to go through the D3 conditional use variance relief first. I will also note that per your planner's report, we're also requesting a D1 use variance, technically for the accessory solar panels in the rear. So I'll just address that separately because it's really, in my opinion, it's really a technical variance. And I think that, solar is obviously also an inherently beneficial use, much as houses of worships are. And there's also a few bulk C variances largely related to parking and buffers that I'll also address. So just before I start going into the D3 variance, does the board have the ability to put exhibits up or no? Tonight, no? That's okay. Okay, that's okay. I don't have my adapter for my computer, else I would do it myself. We're talking about the exhibit that was previously submitted, so I think that, it should be in the files, so maybe it can be referenced. But
Is that A11?
that was A11, thank you. This is an exhibit that I created myself, and really, I can live without it, but it's a good visual tool. But essentially, what this exhibit showed, and I presented this on July 21st, is that all of the properties that surround this site are, except for, not the Springfield Avenue side, but all of three other sides are either owned by the City of Summit, Wilson Park, or the Summit Board of Education, which is Wilson Primary Center. And I think that we're in a case here where this is something that's very unique about this site, and it really serves to mitigate many of the undue impacts related to the relief sought. So we have two case things here. One is the property has historically not been used for residential purposes, been used for other than single-family dwellings. What's there now, or what was there previously, and was the building that still remains, has actually been a non-conforming use for that time. And all of the immediate abutting properties are municipal or school properties. So I present this not to say that we don't have any responsibility to the neighbors who are further out or to those across Springfield Avenue, but just to demonstrate that there is this natural buffer built in. So just to start with some of the conditional use variances that we are requesting, the fact that the minimum lot size is 1.74 acres, 2 acres is required. We're looking for a minimum side yard of 34.5 feet where 50 feet is required. And the side and rear buffer strips are approximately 10 and 15 feet respectively, where up to 50 feet is required. And also minimum parking setback is 15 feet where 20 feet is required. In my opinion, all of these are substantially mitigated to the point where they will have little to no impact on the abutting properties, because these abutting properties are parks and educational uses. So this is, it's ball fields, it's the school, and it won't have a substantial detrimental impact on these lots. And because of the presence of these lots, I think it's substantially, in my opinion, substantially reduces the impact on neighboring properties. There's lots of distance between the lots. There's heavy landscaping on our site and on these neighboring park properties. We've also thoughtfully designed our site so that, to provide buffers while still providing as much parking as we can. So, this is a case where, in further, one of those buffers, which is for, one of those variances, which is for the westerly side yard setback, and that is really on the heading, what do we say? It's on, so that would be on the Wilson Park side. This deficiency really is not egregious. It's 34.5 feet, where 50 feet is required on paper, but that really only affects one corner of the building facade at a single point. So it's not like there's a whole wall of the building that's that close. It's really just one single point, and the vast majority of the building is well in excess of that 50-foot side yard setback. So in my opinion, that meets the intent and spirit of the ordinance, particularly when you look at the existing buffering and the public properties there. Regarding the lot coverage, which is also a conditional use standard, the applicant is seeking 48.7%, where 40% is the maximum permitted. So, this is not exactly, I wouldn't just characterize this as de minimis. It's not significant in my opinion. Especially when you consider that the property is undersized and yet still has to accommodate, we're looking to accommodate as much parking as we can, and all of the use that we're proposing. This is inherently beneficial use, I think, and there are certain protections that are afforded to this use because of that status. And I think that this, taken in that context, especially when we're providing on-site parking, especially because that was increased over the course of these proceedings in response to board and public comments, I don't really envision any problems related to the drainage or stormwater. And also, this is not part of that calculation, but I note that the calculation for lot coverage does not include the green roof area of the building, which will essentially increase the pervious coverage on the site by over 3%. So, that's just doesn't count in per your ordinance, which is fair. It's kind of still a rather new technology, but that I think really just goes to show that we are doing our best to accommodate as much as we can. For building coverage, we're proposing 16.2%, where 15% is the maximum permitted, and that I really think is de minimis. It's really imperceptible when it comes down to the size of the building, and we're not going to have any of the issues associated with increased building coverage typically either. That's stuff like the building massing, its appearance, its scale, for the size of the property. I think that you've heard a lot of testimony from our other professionals, such as Mr. Cherry, our architect, talking about how the site has been designed and how it will look. So the last conditional use variance we're seeking is the building height, which is 37.9 feet, where 35 feet is the maximum permitted. So again, this is a case where the overwhelming majority of the building is in compliance with the 35 feet. The 37.9 feet is really limited to a very small portion of the parapet wall that forms part of the Nautilus design that was previously described by Mr. Cherry. And I would note that, I'm going to refer back to some of his testimony and also note that your zoning ordinance excludes spires, steeples, cupolas, and other ornamentation from height restrictions. And those are things that are typically associated with the traditional designs for houses of worship of various denominations. But in this case, as Mr. Cherry testified to, Unitarians do not have explicit icon, like a steeple or something like that. And so the building's been designed in total, some to intend to reflect the values of the faith. And part of that is the Nautilus spiral shape, which is where this height variance comes into play. It represents a space where people come together, the Unitarian emphasis on the lack of hierarchy, and really welcoming people in to the site. So in this case, in my opinion, this height exceedance, even though it's already very small, it's also a case where the faith informs the design, but it's not a steeple or anything that's recognized specifically in the ordinance, so that is why we are requesting a variance. So, given the limited nature and magnitude of that relief, I see no inherent problems associated with granting it. In terms of the negative criteria, I think I have addressed that there will not be substantial public good that will, substantial detriment to the public good associated with the granting of these conditional use variances. And I also would say that in my opinion, there's not going to be any substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. This is a permitted use in the R15 zone. It's a conditional use where there are standards attached. It's been determined by state law and many court cases to be inherently beneficial. And this is an existing organization in the community that's proposing to locate on a slightly undersized lot that's been historically used for non-residential purposes. It's on a major county roadway. It's buffered from the adjacent residential uses by public property. To me, this is exactly the kind of case why variances exist. There are some small, some certain aspects of the conditional use ordinance that we do not meet, but I think overall, this is a site that can absolutely accommodate what's being proposed here. We also, in order to look at the impact on the zone plan, we looked at the city's master plan documents, 2016 revision plan, and the 2006 prior reexamination. So per the revision plan, one of the goals there is to maintain a dynamic and vibrant city. And while a lot of the recommendations in that section relate to downtown, one of the, the overall intention there, so that stuck out to me, was that the goal there is to make quality, I'm going to quote here, quality of life amenities, entertainment and recreation opportunities, an engaging streetscape that dynamic and vibrant cities can provide is indeed their core asset and an advantage that should be supported and enhanced through the city's policies, legislation, and investment priorities. So to me, a house of worship is always a part of a quality of life. It's part of the community. And here you have an existing facility, existing organization in the city that is looking to have a brand new, beautifully designed facility here. I think that absolutely enhances that goal. There's also goal number 6, which is to preserve and enhance natural beauty, open space, community facility assets, and that looks at encouraging low-impact development, green technologies, and green infrastructure, while maximizing planted areas and swales, and filtering stormwater. And you heard a lot of testimony from our landscape architect and how thoughtfully that has all been designed on this site. And I think that, with everything, I think that the overall design here really encourages that goal. I think those two are really the main takeaways that I had from that plan. Going back to the 2006 re-exam, I know it's a long time ago now, but just looking to, the goals there were to maintain and upgrade the availability of community resources for residents through modern, efficient, strategically located facilities, and to promote a desirable visual environment through creative and flexible development techniques with respect to environmental assets and constraints of the city. So I think that with the siting of this property here also promotes those goals. So just going to a couple C variances, we have a few general ordinance provisions that the applicant doesn't meet and where we're seeking variance relief. So the first of those, which you've heard much testimony on, is parking, where we are providing 46 spaces on site, where 79 spaces are required based on the number of seats. The parking deficiency was addressed in depth by Ms. Dolan, our traffic engineer at the last meeting. You've also heard testimony on it from our civil engineer, Mr. Code, as well as more of the operations on the site from the pastor of the church. So I agree with Ms. Dolan's findings from the last hearing that on-street and on-site parking spaces in combination will be sufficient for operations, and that's based on the operations testimony from the church itself during the and mixed with Ms. Dolan's own traffic and parking analysis. I just think that, the church operations that were described and the plans that are parking, I think that the relief can be granted in this instance without resulting in substantial detriment to the public good. This is the church knows their needs, they know their their population, and I think that it's an appropriate parking scheme in that case. And it's also something that is not uncommon in Summit. I touched upon this when the last time I testified, but we did both an analysis of properties and also a site visits to each of these at other houses of worship in the city to look at both the site layouts for them, try to get an idea of the amount of parking for each of these, and also just to see, if they appear to be having any kind of detrimental impacts on their surrounding neighborhoods. So we looked at Christ Church, for example, 561 Springfield Avenue. This is, they have either very highly deficient or no parking at all. That's not in a single-family residential zone, but it's adjacent to several homes. We have the existing Beacon Unitarian site, which is closer to downtown. United Methodist Church, which is a 1-acre site, no or minimal parking. And then you have the JCC, which is slightly less than 2 acres, and they did receive a variance. I don't know exactly how much that was, but they did receive a variance for the number of parking spaces there. So as I said, these are all near single-family residences or otherwise in residential areas, and they pose no detriment, in my opinion, from my analysis to the surrounding areas. So regarding the parking relief, also, WEIR's request for relief associated with shade tree planting in the parking area. This is a section of your ordinance that applies to every development in town, and it's really meant, in my opinion, to provide visual and aesthetic relief from these kind of large multi-row parking fields. So here we have a single parking module. Spaces are confined to one of the other side of the main access aisle, and it's not going to be really visible. And I think that it would, given the applicant's desire to provide as much parking on site as practical, meeting the ordinance requirement here would work against that goal. There's also numerous shade trees planted around the property, so I think that we do meet it in spirit, especially when you view it in the context of the applicant's overall landscaping plan, which you've heard and seen. Finally, I will just address the D1 variance. That's a request with the proposed solar canopies that are technically an accessory use, but they are expressly prohibited in residential zones in your ordinance. And so at the advice of your board planner, we are putting on testimony as a D1 use variance technically. I just will note that we have a use here that is not residential in nature, but it's permitted. So it's kind of a little quirk in the ordinance. And I would also note that, these canopies are only going to be powering this site. They're going to be staying on site. These aren't, something where it's going to be leased or anything of that nature. So in my opinion, it really is truly an accessory use here. So this use is also inherently beneficial. So you really have a house of worship, inherently beneficial, that is seeking to advance renewable energy sources on their property in a manner that it will be screened appropriately, as we saw from the view sheds that were presented at I think that was the last hearing. And it's a sustainable design in what's really a non-residential setting with these public property buffers around it. So in my opinion, this clearly promotes both municipal and statewide goals. It makes clear planning and environmental sense given the site conditions. And I think that this technical variance can be granted without any detriment to the public good or zone plan. So in conclusion, that covers, I believe, all the relief that we are requesting. And in some, I don't see that this site, which is slightly undersized, where we're requesting a few variances from the conditional use standards, many of which are kind of really similar to each other, and I think some of them have to do with this undersized lot. But in reality, I think that these are very much mitigated by not just the fact that there's public property surrounding the site, but by the site design and by the changes that we have put in over the course of this process. So, I've been, we've talked with the applicant, we've talked with all the professionals here, and over the time we've managed to reduce the size of the site. We've made certain changes to make the board more comfortable with this. And my opinion is that this is a brand new building that's going to look really beautiful on this property. It's going to be a house of worship on a site that has been designated by your zoning ordinance and master plan, where houses of worship are a permitted use and will not have any detrimental impact to quality of life, public good, zone plan, or zoning ordinance. And for those reasons, I believe the application can be approved with the variances requested.
I have nothing further from Ms. Keller.
Okay. Board experts, what questions do you have for this witness?
A few questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
With regard to, as you identify the inherently beneficial use aspects to both the religious institution and the solar canopies, can you also touch on what also the board needs to address through your testimony from the standpoint of the SICA test? When you involve a inherently beneficial use, you're now required to identify a few things as it relates to that inherently beneficial use and its impacts. Could you go over those for the board?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So,
in your opinion on those.
Yes. So thank you. So I agree that, typically in cases where there is a D1 variance, for inherently beneficial use, we do apply the SICA test. I didn't go through all of those proofs on this case because we're a permitted use here, but I'm happy to, summarize how I think that would apply here. So this is a case SICA versus the Board of Adjustment of the Township of Wall, where the case law was set out on how a zoning board of adjustment should evaluate D1 variances in particular for inherently beneficial uses. And what this did is that it set forth a 4-part balancing test. First is to identify the public interest at stake, which is really, to put it, kind of more like, I look at this as like you're kind of saying how important this use is in terms of the public interest. And for a house of worship, this is something that's specifically mentioned in the municipal land use law as a as an inherently beneficial use. And that I think is just, that's just the technical version of it. But I think, to go beyond just, and there's much case law across the state, across the country that reiterates the same. But I think that in general, it's one of the most important aspects of, of the country, freedom of religion. And that I think is really just public interest doesn't get much higher. And then in terms of second prong there is to identify any detrimental effect that could ensue from the grant of the variance. Certain impacts, and I just want to clarify this, is that the way that this was written in the statute, in the case law, is that it recognized that certain impacts will result from permitting a use not normally permitted in a zone. That's not relevant here. That's not the case here. We're requesting conditional use variance for certain physical aspects of the design, but the use itself is permitted. So, I think I covered that with my testimony as to the negative criteria. I think that the impacts, which are related, again, to physical conditions, not to the use itself, are mitigated substantially by both the site design and the site's unique location and the fact that it's not adjacent directly on its property lines to any other residential properties. The third is imposing reasonable conditions to reduce prospective detrimental effects, and that's up to the board. Again, this is not a D1 variance, so the same standards do not apply because the SECA test is really intended to be a replacement for this test of particular suitability, which we do not have to prove here. That said, I would just go back to all the changes that we've made on the site over time. We've reduced the number of seats, we've reduced the overall area, minimized, increased certain setbacks, increased parking. Removed the trail to the adjacent park at the board's request, things of that nature. So I think that from that perspective, and if the board may have other conditions they would like to impose, but I think that the applicant themselves has been very proactive about responding to the board's requests there. And then finally, it's to weigh the positive and negative criteria to determine on balance the grant of the variance and whether it would cause a substantial detriment. And I think in this case, when you have a house of worship, which is one of the highest, most protected public interests, because we also have the religious institutionalized RLUIPA, Religious Land Use Institutionalized Persons Act, which is RLUIPA, which is a federal law that basically states that that the government cannot impose land use regulations that impose a substantial burden. So I think when you take those two things together, the fact that it is an inherently beneficial use plus the additional protections that it is afforded, and weighing that with the proposal that's in front of you, I think that the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments, and the variance can be granted. Yes?
Do you believe solar canopies are covered under RLUIPA?
No, I'm not. I'm going to address that separately.
Okay.
Thank you. This is just for the house because I think it's a different case. Not by case, I just mean it's a different situation here where those are inherently beneficial, but not. No, thank you. Good catch. But I appreciate that. So that really summarizes what the SECA test would be. And again, this is reserved really at the highest level for D1 variances, such as the house of worship. I'm not going to go through the whole thing totally again, but with regards to the solar panels, because I think it's an accessory use. So first of all, identifying the public interest. This is something that's also recognized by the MLUL as being inherently beneficial. Renewable energy facilities. It's right there in the law. And then also, when you look at the detrimental effects, this is an accessory use. This is an accessory structure on this property. It is going to occupy a very small portion of the site. We're not proposing a solar field across the entire property or anything like that. This is an accessory use here. So I think the detrimental effects are minimal. It meets the height standards for an accessory structure. It meets everything else for that. It's just really that this use is specifically prohibited in all residential zones. And my thought on that is that typically, because if you have, say, for example, and it's not just solar panels, it's solar canopies. And so if you have a typical sized residential property and maybe someone's house just happens to be at an angle where they can get really good sun in that backyard, but they put it up where someone might have a shed, that's something that could be an issue from residential property to residential property. That said, this is not being used as residential property, and it's not adjacent to any residential properties on that side. So I think that the detrimental effect is highly minimal here. In terms of reasonable conditions, I think I don't think the board has requested anything. We've provided studies that show just the view sheds and things like that, and I think that it was pretty clear that there is not going to be a substantial view shed, in my opinion. And so, in my opinion, weighing the positive and negative criteria, there would not be a substantial detriment. And what you're really doing is you're helping, you're moving towards renewable energy on a site. It's not for commercial use. It's rather, modest in scale, and it's really going to support the mission of the House of Worship. So while it's not protected by RLUIPA, it still is a inherently beneficial use, and it is something that is going to support another inherently beneficial use. So I think that variance can also be granted.
Okay, thank you for covering that. With regard to, you had said that the board, I believe you had stated this, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they haven't imposed any conditions, but yet the applicant has consented to certain conditions. Would you agree?
If I said that maybe it was just that I couldn't recall. It was, and I wasn't. I will defer to my attorney on that.
Yeah, my purpose for that is that if we are looking at this from the SECA test standpoint, specifically, obviously, it applies mostly to the solar canopies, but yet I think from an inherently beneficial aspect of the board accepting the positive criteria for inherently beneficial use, we should be also looking at the reasonable conditions for the religious institution as well from that standpoint. So have we codified that, Andy, in any way as far as the conditions so far that the applicant is consented to?
I'm looking at a few on my
I don't mean to
screen.
put you on the spot. I'm just saying maybe that's something that the board should have as a document at some point.
Yeah, so I have them noted from our, I believe it was from the March hearing and from the April hearing. We did specifically discuss a condition that the applicants will not operate a homeless shelter facility or host homeless people with the exception of their sanctuary program on the site. And additionally, the applicants will not utilize a parking lot from Wilson Park to accommodate parking during services. We'd also discussed a possible condition about the coating on the glass, but that was then subsequently amended and addressed. So those are the two that I have specifically noted from prior hearings.
In my notes too, I believe, were there limitations as to weddings or any sort of ceremonies of that type?
No.
Was that offered at all?
I don't have a condition noted for that. I know there was
No.
testimony about the infrequency that weddings would occur, but
Okay.
not specifically
So it was
addressed in
just
the condition.
testimony
Yes.
with regard to that. I point that out just because it's part of those reasonable conditions.
Absolutely.
The board is to consider those as you're providing your testimony regarding planning.
Yeah, I would just ask, maybe we'll let, when we get to the end of this, to re-look at those again, because it was so long ago that it was almost a year ago, so that's why I didn't recall offhand. But I agree that is something that's part of this. It's a
My
variance
purpose of bringing that up
application.
is for the board really
Yep.
to analyze that and consider that in
Yep.
their deliberations, of course.
I think it would probably, before the board gets to a vote, it would probably be a good idea to
Yes.
get those on a piece of paper. or
Exactly.
something.
Will do.
Regarding, you had identified, primarily we're looking at the negative criteria of the conditional use aspect as well as the use variance. So therefore, we're looking at what are the abilities of the site to carry the impacts. You had talked about the surrounding conditions being public uses, providing the buffering, as you had put it, to adjacent properties. That is really, as it relates to setbacks and buffering. But as far as building coverage is concerned, can you revisit exactly how you feel the impacts of the building coverage and lot coverage are being offset by the proposal?
Sure.
I think that relates to the overall intensity of use that's happening here. And
Sure.
that's something I'd like you to talk about in a moment. Go ahead.
So the building coverage requirement is 15%, where we are looking at we're proposing 16.2%. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I believe that that's less than, I don't want to do the math without having it, but in my opinion, that's not substantial, and it's not something that will be visible to the naked eye. And I think that the reason for that the reason for the building size, which has been also reduced over the course of these proceedings, has been stated in prior testimony. This is a house of worship. It's intended to accommodate the congregation and all of the other typical accessory uses associated with the house of worship, which are permitted. And I think that coupled with the fact that this site is slightly undersized, I think it's a reasonable request for relief. And also, I think, because when you look at, as I briefly mentioned in my testimony, typically what we're looking at for the purposes of building coverage requirements, you want to make sure that the building is not out of scale with in terms of massing. You don't want something that's just like blocky looking or something that is just larger than what is typical. And also that it is, sorry, where are my notes? I just want to make sure I say what I said before. Excuse me. Yeah, and then, building massing and scale due to the building coverage. And I think that this is a building where that's not an issue. Just based on the design of it, this is not something that's going to appear as some kind of massive facade or anything from the street or from any of the side yards. So I don't see any of the typical issues associated with it, and I think that relief can be granted. With regards to impervious coverage, lot coverage, we're seeking 48.7%, where 40% is permitted. This is a little more than what we're seeking for the building coverage, and there's a few rationales behind this. Again, this lot is slightly undersized, but we've added some parking based on feedback. And again, this does not include the green roof area, so that also would reduce it down to, per my math, that I did do the math on, that was about 45 and a half. So we get about 3% back on that if it were to be counted. But I think that we have, you heard testimony from our engineer as to how the stormwater features on the site. I don't think there's no environmental features on the site that would be particularly impacted, and I think that it's a reasonable request to provide what is needed on this site, which is the type of amount of parking that we are proposing in that increase. So I think that the site can accommodate this, and really the reason that there is this provision for conditional use standards is to make sure that there's not going to be a whole site that's covered. And I don't think that that's what we're proposing, and I think that from an impact perspective, there's not going to be a detriment associated with it.
The governing body establishes the regulations and the qualifications for a conditional use. You have a 2-acre site here. You're building on a site that's substandard in size, as you had said. There are a number of variances that seem to be pointing towards the intensification of the use on the property, including the parking that's needed. You had identified under the conditional use standards in the Coventry that, can the site accommodate the impacts associated with this? I would say my question from the standpoint of the overall parking that's being provided, you're relying on a certain number of off-street parking spaces. What is that percentage? Do you know what that is? It's about, I calculated about 33%.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so aren't these indicators indicating that there's a little bit too much on the property than what the site can carry compared to what the zone plan envisioned?
No, I don't think that that's the case. I think that this is a site where there is the availability of on-street parking. Where that's how this church has functioned for years, on a site downtown with no on-site parking. So this is really a substantial upgrade for them. And I think that the design of the building is more than just, and why the building is its size and how the whole site has been designed, it's more than just putting a building down on a piece of property. If you look at the site plans, this is, the building is rather organic in shape, and that is really an intention here. If this building were just a rectangle or a box, we probably could meet a lot more of these standards, and we could maybe have more parking, but it would not serve the church's purpose. And so I think that is really the core here, with the relationship between the site design, the church.
Excuse me.
Yes.
How would a rectangle not serve the church's purpose?
We've heard testimony on that before from the architect. I don't want to misquote him.
I want to hear from you, though.
I have some of his quotes, which is essentially that the church has been designed to meet the needs of the Unitarian faith.
So it's your testimony a rectangle will not? Is that what
I will
you're
say that a
saying?
rectangle, I will say a rectangle, from my understanding, is that it would not be as meaningful. And it would be because of the way that the site has been designed. I also think just from a visual perspective, I think that it's a lot nicer looking. So some of the testimony that was given is how the building radiates around a central courtyard in the Nautilus spiral shape that reflects Unitarian values of organizing. Landscape and nature is present all over the site, including gaps in the buildings. And the architecture aims to create many opportunities for people to connect with each other on the site to increase community building. So, it's not to say that they would not function in another type of space, but this is all inherent to the faith, in my opinion.
So, obviously there are many Unitarian churches around the country with a number of different designs, I'm sure. Current one is a more traditional design. It was a building built in, 1904, something like that. So where do we, we're going to be deliberating. Where do we draw the line between a building that is utilitarian versus a full expression of the faith in everything that the applicant desires? And how are we supposed to think about our conditions based upon that?
So I will just say that the application that's in front of you is what the applicant is proposing now. So, and that is what has been set forward, and that's what we provided testimony on. So it's not, I don't think it's that there's an alternative site or an alternative building design that is proposed here. So I can't really speak to what that would look like.
I would just add, I think if you look back at some of the prior testimony.
Yeah.
It was pretty clear that this is not a wish list building. This is not, let's throw everything in the pot and see what we
Yes,
can do.
absolutely.
This building has been redesigned and reduced in size and reduced in scope, and is really, I think, again, if you look at the architect's testimony and testimony of Reverend Tanner, even though it was last March, that the goal here was not to build everything we could possibly think of, but to design something appropriate for the site that would function and take care of the needs of the church, but not, there's no church hall here.
Right.
I mean, this is not a massive structure. So I think that, you have to look back at some of the prior testimony and recall that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you refresh my memory on how much the building was reduced from the original application to where we are today?
Well, the sanctuary was reduced from what, 300 seats to 240?
Yes.
Was that a reduction in square footage? Or
Absolutely.
just the
Yes,
seat?
there was
Roughly
Yeah,
reduction.
the
how much
whole
was
front
that?
of the building was pushed back in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember roughly how much that was?
No.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's
No,
okay.
it's okay. Just the other thing that I would say to that is that, these are standards that are set for the city for the, houses of worship. But it's something that there's cases all throughout the city where some are older, some are newer. But it's difficult to find a 2-acre site in the city of Summit. And I think that the applicant has worked admirably to make sure that this site does not overwhelm their property, this building.
I have a question on capacity. If I remember right, the total capacity of the building is something around 800 people. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact number.
Yeah, it was in the 800s.
I guess that would be referring to like fire capacity. I don't know for
I
sure.
happen to be scrolling through my notes, and I do have that right in front of me. The total occupancy of the building, based on the fire code, was 888 people.
Okay, so my question is, you refer to the building as not being massive. It's a building that has a capacity of 800 and something people, but there's only 150 congregants that belong there. Why do you need a building that holds 800 people when you only have 150? It's pretty simple.
I think if you typically would look at how houses of worship are designed, there's typically a sanctuary space, and then there are accessory spaces that are used for other purposes that are all part of the house of worship. Not everything is in, it's not desirable or for everything to take place all in one room. There are offices, there are classrooms, there are storage spaces, there are all the typical things that are associated with any type of use, where it's not just the sanctuary.
Yeah, I know that, but my point is that you're here because you need all these variances because it doesn't fit. If the building was smaller, you would need half the variances that you're applying for. And you still would fit your 150 congregants in the building. You don't need a building that holds 850 people when you only have 150.
The fire capacity is I think that's the legal fire capacity, but there has been no testimony that anywhere close to that is going to be
Doesn't
in this
have to
building.
be. It's there. If it's legal, you can put them in there. I mean, you could say, yeah, well, we're only gonna have 150 at one time, we'll never have 700. Well, you might, you don't know.
That's
You're
what we're
gonna-
saying in front of
it's
this board
been-
on the record.
Just
so-
keep in mind the distinction between the fire code maximum capacity that's permitted based on square footage alone
understand
versus
that.
the seating that they had
But the point I'm
proposed.
making is that we're here because the building doesn't fit the property. My point is, if the building was smaller, it would still serve their purpose, and they wouldn't need all these variances.
I don't think,
The church's testimony is that that's not the case.
exactly, that the building could not serve its purposes if it were smaller.
But before we do any more, let's just
Yeah,
make sure.
one
Ed-
last
yeah,
question,
please.
Thank you.
and I appreciate the board's interaction as well. Has there been any stipulations as to the simultaneous use of the other spaces within the building beyond the sanctuary? I don't believe there's been any stipulations on that. So
Well, I
therefore-
think back in the pastor's testimony, I think you'll see, as she runs through the typical week, what happens when.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's pretty clear that when there's services going on, there's not 400 people in some other part of the building.
Right, or classes occurring in other parts of the building. And that's something through their testimony of their use at the property, but yet, should the board grant the variance for this use at this level of intensity, is there any controls that limit the other spaces being simultaneously used? If, for instance, another user moved into the building?
No other user is going to be moving into the building. This
I
is,
don't know if you can guarantee that.
that's not we would have to come back to this board if that were the case.
But are
So-
you stipulating that there wouldn't be any simultaneous?
Well,
No, that's a different, I think those
no,
are
I
two
mean, I
different
think
questions.
we're bound by
Yeah.
the testimony. that-
Yes.
And the record.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that doesn't survive in the resolution of approval, is what I'm getting at. From the standpoint into the future, you have an applicant or somebody who reoccupies a building, may not know what that prior testimony was, although the resolution of approval may identify specifically. So I'm just saying that that should be a reasonable condition that the board considers due to the intensification if there was to be simultaneous activity on the property.
Just from a legal point of view, does the conditional use expire if the congregation were to ever cease operations here?
No, it would not. It would be, as long as another house of worship moved in.
So if it was not a house of worship, theoretically?
No, nothing else could go on this site except for, under a conditional use approval, except for another house of worship.
So in the event that a house of worship were not to occupy the premises here, it would revert back to the R15 district?
It still is the R15 district, but it would
Sorry,
it could either be.
as a permitted
It could
use
either be
revert.
used for single-family residential, or they would have to come back to this board.
Out of curiosity, are you familiar with the fire capacity of the current site of the Beacon Unitarian
I am
Church?
not, no.
Are you?
I have no
I guess
idea.
it'd probably be more a question for another expert.
Yeah, I typically, that comes from the fire marshal, so I don't know if any of our experts would testify to that.
I had one question with regards to the solar canopies. Is there any use within the city of Summit where solar canopies are a permitted accessory structure or permitted by right?
They are only prohibited specifically in residential districts.
So it's only prohibited in residential, so therefore
Yes.
it's considered approved and all the other
I
subject to normal
don't
permitting?
know firsthand how it's been treated. Sometimes, because typically if something's not prohibited, there is a fairly wide review of what constitutes an accessory structure. By law, they don't have to all be listed in an ordinance. They have to be customary and incidental. But in this case, they are prohibited in residential zones, which is why we're seeking the variance. So if it was not prohibited, I don't think we'd be asking for a D variance.
What other questions from the board do we have for this witness?
I got a couple. So, in this, and I'll leave the inherently beneficial off for a minute. In your profession, is it customary to use other people's property as a buffer?
Yes.
Can you give me a couple of examples?
I when it's public property, that's
I
very,
didn't ask that question. I asked if it's permitted to use other people's property.
it is, I don't know of any, in the city or, I can't think of specific examples offhand.
In your past, when you've done planning for a client.
Yes, I have. Yes, that is typically, it's one of those things where a zoning ordinance cannot capture every single situation, and that's why variance and variance proofs
Well,
and
forget
testimony
variance.
exist.
If you design a building, if I want to design an office building, can I present a case where I can use somebody else's property as a buffer?
Anyone can present a case, yes.
But I need a variance.
Yes, and that's why we're asking for a
So,
variance.
in this particular case, you're using city property as a buffer.
We're using it as part of our argument for that.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that the height of the building is only over the requirement in one small section of the structure.
Yes.
If it's such a small section, why don't you just bring it down to the reasonable height that is allowed?
Because we think that it adds to, for the reasons that I stated, it's part of the design of the building for the purposes that were put on the record by the architect. And the same goes where it's that if it's so small, it's to be de minimis, and it adds to the visual appeal of the building, in my opinion. I think the benefits outweigh the detriments to look at how we would look at another type of variance.
So you're saying then that if you reduce the parapet by this de minimis amount, it will be substantially detrimental to the design?
No, that's not what I said. I said I think the benefits of it outweigh the detriments because I don't really see a detriment associated with it. But the application that we have before you tonight,
So what's the benefit?
the benefit is the design that's been presented to you, where
But
it's
how's
been.
that affected if it comes down?
I think Mr. Cherry covered
Mr.
that
Cherry
in
covered
pretty
this.
good detail
He would have
last
to, he would
time.
have to redo the whole design. It's not just something you chop off.
You brought it up as part of your testimony.
Yes. Yeah.
So-
Well, I know that's our role as a planner is to absorb all the testimony that came before us and incorporate it. So I'm not speaking for Mr. Cherry. I'm just referring to statements that he made on this record. So anything I'm saying here, it's not something he said in a private conversation, something he said in a meeting. These are all things that were said on the record that you can go back and reference.
So in your role as a planner, and I'm going to be a little harsh here, so forgive me, you've been involved with the client from the beginning?
My firm has been. I personally have not. I became involved about little less than a year ago when my partner retired.
So is it normal to sit down with a client and you know what the requirements are for the area where you want to build? Wouldn't you, as an advisor to your client, say, hey, your lot's undersized, you're building, you're asking for side yard variances that might be unreasonable. We're asking for solar panels that are inherently beneficial to the user, and in a roundabout way, the public. And I just don't see how we can sit here and listen to a professional planner tell us that this is a good idea, when you for yourself said the building and the project is low impact. But if I got this correctly, the lot coverage is 48%. That's half the lot on an undersized lot. Is it normal practice for planners to suggest that we cover half of a lot if it doesn't meet the requirements of the zone?
Every case stands on its own, and I would.
In this case, you said that was a good idea?
I
Or
have not-
whoever was before you? said
I
it was
don't
a
know.
good-
I don't know what conversations they had. I have been involved, and I have been involved in part of some of the changes to this application to reduce the number of variances on the site, to make it still that it works for the applicant. And yes, it's extremely typical for an applicant to have a piece of property that requires one or more variances, sometimes many more. Sometimes it's a full use
Yeah, so you
variance, a
shoot for the
D1
star-
variance.
So you shoot for the stars and hope to
No,
get the moon?
no, I wouldn't be here tonight. I wouldn't be representing this client if I didn't think that these were not reasonable variances that can be granted under New Jersey case law.
Thank you. Parking. 1/3 of the cars that could possibly attend the service will park on the street?
That is not that's not the number of cars that will attend the service. That is what your ordinance requires. So it's a slight distinction there, where but there are availability. There's availability of parking on the street as testified to by Ms. Dolan. And like I said, at the current site, everybody parks on the street. So it's something this congregation is used to. And I trust my client, and I trust that they know that this site will be able to accommodate their parking needs.
Yeah, but there's a difference between where the current building is and the parking situation than what it will be where the new building is going to be. The current building is up in town.
Sure.
There's side streets, there's crosswalks, everything's convenient to the building. Where this new building is going, these cars have to park out on Springfield Avenue. One side of the street has no sidewalk. The crosswalk is a good 2 blocks down. The number that you used was 3 people per car. I don't know how you can know there's 3 people per car, but you're guessing 3 people per car.
I'm not guessing, that's what your ordinance requires.
No, the number that was used when they testified was saying that they only need to accommodate this many spaces because they calculated it at 3 people per car attending the service. There's no way you could know that. To me, it's more like
Excuse
1
me.
and a half.
That's the testimony of the parking expert.
I didn't
I
testify,
understand
I
that.
didn't testify to
What I'm
that.
saying is, there's a difference between the parking where the site is now and where the parking is gonna be down on Springfield Avenue. Because you're gonna have 30 or 40 cars parked on Springfield Avenue, especially kids. Kids are gonna get out of the car and they're gonna run across the street. Nobody's gonna walk 2 blocks down to go to the crosswalk, to cross the street, to come to the church. In the wintertime, there's snow on the side. They're not gonna jump over the snow and walk through the snow. They're gonna walk in the street. Me personally, my daughter was hit by a car 25 years ago crossing the street. And to me, it's an accident waiting to happen when that happens. The way that parking is proposed, especially with parking on the side of the street where there's no sidewalk, people are just gonna run across the street. And you have to live with that when something happens.
Well, I'm sorry for what happened to your family. And I think that that's a priority. You know, the church and all the testimony that we've heard from the parking expert, you know, safety is a huge priority. And I think that.
Well, to me, that's not paying attention to safety.
Well,
You mentioned
they're
safety
legal.
quite a few times.
Well, they're legal parking spaces, there are crosswalks, and I think that that's, you know, that's a societal trust issue, that people will not be running across the street.
Just a couple more things. You said you did a survey of churches in town,
Yes.
and you mentioned that somebody had a church recently had construction done to it and got a variance. Do you know which church that was?
I was referring to the JCC. It's not quite
Okay,
recent,
okay,
but yes.
okay. So when you did your survey of churches, did you talk to neighbors about the parking situation?
I did not know.
So we just mentioned the Christ Church. I can tell you from experience that people are not happy with that, with cars parking in the street.
Sure.
I'm sure your current location, the neighbors are not happy with it. The difference is you're building a brand-new building, brand new from the ground up. We could make the building fit so you have less variances. You could, and I know this is old testimony, I get it. You know, you've given your presentation, but I ask this of everybody that comes before this board. Why can't you just build something that fits the zoning? $64,000 question. If you could answer that one, you'd be the most popular planner in New Jersey, right? But I think you have 12 or, the sign is too big.
We don't have that. We've reduced,
Okay,
we're no longer
great.
requesting
So there's
sign
one less.
variances. No, we only have,
But
we only
my
have the
point
variances
is-
that I stated.
You mentioned that you went to other churches and studied the other churches, but you have to talk to the people around the churches. It's gonna be the exact same problem at the Christ Church that you're gonna have at your new facility from the neighbors.
So,
You should be
Mr.
able to appease the neighbors.
Mr. Nelson, I appreciate your question, and I understand where you're coming from. And I think that the answer to why can't you just build something that meets the zoning is really the same as why it's not, in my opinion, directly relevant what goes on at Christ Church versus this site. Is that in zoning law, in front of the zoning board, in front of plans, in front of boards, and in all the case law, every site stands on its own. Every site has unique characteristics, every use has unique characteristics, and yet zoning, when it's in your ordinance, zoning is, I'm not gonna say one size fits all, because that's not true, but it is one size fits a huge swath of municipality. And that is, why we are allowed to request variances, because not every, This is a church that has been in the city of Summit for a very, very long time, over 100 years. They wanted to stay in the city of Summit, and that was a priority for them. And so this is the site, this is about as close as they can come, and I think that for what they are proposing, I think that while the variances might be numerous on the list, they might sound it, I think that they really are, when you take everything into consideration, I don't think we're asking for what you're stating, which is 12 or 13 different variances. A lot of them kind of are repeat on each other. It's side yard setback, it's side yard buffer, it's side yard parking, things of that nature. But really what we are here for is that, every property, every application stands on its own and every site is unique. And what all of this testimony, what my role here tonight is, as I see it, is to, have the unique aspects of this property align with the case law that would allow you to grant this variance.
I'd like to just build on one question Mr. Nelson was touching on. I recall from Beacon Unitarian's first application, there was a lot of discussion about the parking situation on Waldron and the density of Waldron creating some conflict, parishioners parking in driveways, et cetera, et cetera. The police needed to be called here and there. Given that the current application, it seems like the bulk of the parking would take place in front of public land where there's very few driveways and very few opportunities for illegal parking to occur. Maybe there's a fire hydrant there. That's all I picked up when I looked at it the other day. Do you feel like the current plan represents a significant improvement from their existing situation and probably less opportunity for conflict with neighbors over the parking?
I was not involved in any prior applications, and I will say, I have to admit that I have not done significant, I don't have significant knowledge of how it functions on their current site. But typically, on a street like this that does not have a lot of high turnover parking, I think that, yes, that is going to be the case. And I would also just, refer back to the testimony of Ms. Dolan, who thinks that it's going to be not as a comparison to the current site, but just that it does present an appropriate situation for on-street parking.
Just, Mr. Mullen, just to add something to that, just bear in mind that the existing site, because of the size of the sanctuary, there's not just one service, there's two. So one of the problems is that there's overlapping parking. Sure.
Yes.
People are coming, looking for spaces before people have left. This will eliminate that as well. So in terms of being an improvement from the current site, which has zero parking, absolutely.
I just think one thing we have to also keep in mind, when the parking study was presented, there is going to be a standpipe or sprinkler connection somewhere on the property. I believe it's on the lower left-hand corner. So that's going to be a no parking zone. So you just have to keep that in mind. Maybe you don't see it today, but you will, if this variance is granted, you will see it in the final construction.
Sure. And I think that, just to the board to keep in mind, we are requesting a variance for the parking. We're presenting the availability of on-street parking as a way to mitigate that variance, but we acknowledge that the ordinance requires on-site parking. So, that we're not trying to say that we don't need that variance, but I just want to all for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, what other questions do we have for this witness?
Well, I just had one other question. This is hypothetical, but what would happen if the city changed their parking regulations where they made one side of the street no parking?
It's a county road.
It's a county road.
Well, they do it in a lot of county roads.
The county would have to.
But I'm just saying that.
I can't answer that without knowing, if there was a rationale behind it, I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Any other questions? No, seeing none. All right, public questions only at this time, please, for this witness.
Mr. Simon's raising his hand.
Yes.
Do you want me to get started, or do you want to take a break? Or just
I think there's a gentleman coming
Yeah.
up. Zach.
It-
Sorry, peripheral vision, sounds good.
Oh,
No, I think he's leaving.
Just leaving.
Falsely accused of a question.
all right. No, please, proceed. I think
Yeah, that's fine.
if you could go, and then we'll take a break after that.
Okay, I'm gonna have a lot of questions, but,
Understood.
okay. Roger, pop down the street, that's all
Yeah, you know what? Why don't you take this?
right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. You guys sit down.
Ms. Keller, good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
Good to see
Simon.
you as always. Thank you for your testimony this evening. Rob Simon, by the way, from Herald Law, on behalf of various neighbors who I've previously identified. I'm happy to identify them again, but I think it's already set forth in the record. So you talked about the fact that you took over from someone else in terms of this project from Phillips Price. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And when you say essentially, who did you take over from?
Paul Phillips was initially retained on this application. As he retired last year, as he transitioned out of the firm over a few months. We spoke about this application, many times, and I have been involved since, I believe, last April.
So you were involved since April of 2025, correct?
Personally, yes.
And by that point, the application had been submitted, correct?
The first hearing had been held, which Paul Phillips attended.
So you picked up prior to the second hearing, but after the application had been deemed complete and one hearing had been conducted, correct?
Yes.
And you've visited the site?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I've been on the premises once, and I have driven past about four times.
And when you were on the site once, when was that?
Sometime in the spring.
So when you say spring of 2025?
Yes.
So approximately 9-10 months ago?
Yes.
And what day were you on the site?
It was a weekday. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day on the weekday?
I believe I was coming back from another meeting. I believe it was around 11 a.m.
So it was 11 a.m. on a weekday.
Mm-hmm.
So you have not been on the site on a weekend, correct?
No.
And have you been in the neighborhood on a weekend?
I have driven past on a weekend, not specifically for purposes of visiting this site.
And when you drove past on a weekend, what day did you drive past?
I don't recall.
Okay, and did you stop when you were driving
No.
past? And have you observed the operations at the church's existing location
No.
here in Summit? So you have not made any personal observations of any events, activities, drivers accessing the property for drop-off or pickup or otherwise, correct?
There is no driveway on the property, but no, I have not. I rely on the testimony, and I rely on the statements of my client.
Exclusively in terms of operations, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of numbers of attendees, you're at an event, wedding, funeral, service, you're relying exclusively on the testimony that was presented by others to this board,
Yes.
correct? And other than you advising your client as to potentially some modifications to the application once submitted and a first hearing held, such as maybe signage, you yourself did not contribute in any way, shape, or form to the design of this site, correct?
Not to the overall site design, no.
And you didn't contribute in any way, shape, or form to the design of the proposed building on this site, correct?
No, that's the architect's job.
But you were not consulted about the design of the site design of the building, excuse me, prior to the application being submitted, correct?
I don't know if any conversations or what, I don't know what type of contribution Paul Phillips may have had. I don't know.
Okay, and did you ask him?
No, I didn't. That's not something we, as planners, we very often join an application after it's been submitted. This is one where that was not the case, but no, I did not discuss that with him.
And you're not sure whether Paul Phillips suggested, from your firm, suggested this, as you refer to, Nautilus design for this building, correct?
My understanding is that that all came from the architect, no.
And regarding this, I'm going to call it Kate, a Nautilus design, just for purposes of our conversation here, if
That's how
okay.
Mr. Cherry referred to it,
Okay.
so that's fine with
Well,
me.
I'm going to go with it because that's how you described it. Are you aware of that type of design on any building in the city of Summit?
No,
Are you aware of that type of design on any building in Union County?
no, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Are you aware of that type of design for any Unitarian or other church in the state of New Jersey?
Not personally, but I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge.
Okay. And did you do any type of investigation to make that determination one way or another?
No, we're not here for, relief related to that aspect of the design.
Okay. Are you aware whether the city has architectural guidelines in any of their planning documents?
Yes, there are some guidelines.
Have you reviewed those guidelines in connection with this application?
Not specifically, no.
And did you speak to Mr. Phillips about the nature, number, or extent of the variance relief required by this application?
Yes, I spoke to him about that, and I've spoken to my client and the team of professionals about it as well.
Are you aware whether, well, let me rephrase this. I take it at the time that the applicant submitted this application, after conferring with Mr. Phillips from your firm, that they were well aware of the number, nature, and extent of the variance relief that they were requesting.
You would have
Correct?
to ask them.
Okay. Are you aware of any efforts by the development team or the applicant to find a different property that may better conform to your client's design and result in fewer variances?
I don't know what their search was like prior to coming to this site. I have no information on that.
And I was present certainly for the really phenomenal questions that were asked by members of the board. If the applicant reduced the building footprint, that would result in more space being available for parking, correct? Or have you not done that evaluation?
I can't speak to that. We're very slightly over on the building footprint, and I don't know how that would relate to additional area for parking.
Okay. You're familiar, Ms. Keller, with the city's zoning ordinance and master plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the open space and recreation element of the master plan?
I am familiar with the version from 2006. I believe that's the last time that was looked at. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I'm just asking you whether, as part of your job as a professional planner, is to assess the positive and negative criteria for all the variance relief that's required, which includes determining whether the variance can be granted without substantial impairment to the master plan and zoning ordinance. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of that evaluation, in your role as a professional planner for the applicant, you need to assess whether there is substantial impairment to the entire, not just the land use element of the master plan, but the entire element, all the elements of the master plan, correct?
The terminology is zone plan.
Right? Is the zone plan, and when you say the terminology, you're talking about the zone plan phrase that's in municipal land use law?
I'm speaking of the municipal land use law. The
Right.
terminology is zone plan.
Right.
Typically, we do look at various elements. That said, a master plan contains a number of different sections, but and typically we do focus on land use plan.
Okay. Did you take a look at that, what did you say, I'm sorry, Kate, 2006 open space and recreation element of the master plan?
I looked at a parks and open space element.
Parks and open space element, okay. And did you look at the historic preservation element of the master plan?
No, it did not.
So you're not sure as to whether there's any historic districts or historic properties in the vicinity of this property, correct?
We received a letter from the Historic Commission, which I have reviewed. But no, it's not something that impacted the site.
Okay. Did you review a title search for this property?
Not personally, no.
And did you review the environmental impact report for this property?
I've reviewed the whole application at one point or another, so I've reviewed all the submitted documents. Not recently, though.
And, but you, as the professional planner on the project, you yourself have not done an analysis to determine whether the proposed design could be altered and still meet all the program needs of the applicant and reduce the number or extent of variance relief required, correct? You didn't do that
No,
yourself.
that was not what I was hired to do.
And in this R15 residential zone, all the parking areas are to be in the required rear yard or in the buildable area of the lot, correct?
Yes,
Right, and you're still proposing these tandem spaces in the parking lot?
yes, as a way to get 3 additional spaces.
Right, and tandem spaces are not permitted for any use in the R15 zone, correct?
I'm not sure if that's specifically codified or if it is.
Did you do an analysis of the site? Let me back up. Because this is a conditional use, under Section 67 in municipal land use law also requires site plan review and approval, correct?
Yes, that's what we're here for.
And with regard to the site plan application portion that's before this board, did you have an opportunity to review the site plan or design standards that are set forth in the ordinance?
Our engineer did that initial analysis. I looked more closely at some of what he called out and what he testified to, but no, typically I do not go in depth for a site plan application.
Okay, so because you don't go in depth for a site plan application, so you didn't do your own independent investigation to determine whether there was any design or what we call exception relief beyond that which the engineer pointed out, correct?
No, you're speaking of just in the, outside of the technical zoning requirements, you're speaking of the site plan design standards. No, I did not.
Okay. I am speaking about that. And so you didn't do any investigation under the site plan design standards to determine whether tandem spaces are permitted or prohibited?
No, I defer to my fellow professionals on that.
And you stated, Ms. Keller, I think it may have been at the last hearing, or the last time, I'm sorry, the last time you testified.
Not the last hearing.
Yeah, right. At the last time you testified back in July?
Yes,
Right?
6 months ago
Of
today.
2025, that the property has been used for commercial purposes since the 1940s. And what information are you referring to?
If I say that, I may have misspoken. I don't know if I had specific, I double-checked this prior to this hearing. and I apologize, I did listen to my testimony again. I don't recall if I said that. If I did, I would like to correct the record that per what I came across, this has been, the Red Cross took ownership of this site in circa 1960. I can't speak whether it was used for commercial purposes before that.
Okay, so you didn't review whether the Red Cross did they purchase the property at that time?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and who did they purchase the property from?
A private owner, I don't know. I did actually look at the deed, but I don't remember the
It
name.
was individual person, correct?
Or a couple,
Or a
I don't
couple,
remember.
right?
Mhm, I believe.
Right, so you don't know whether prior to 1960, whether the property had in fact been used for residential purposes, correct?
I actually have a note here. This is probably where I got that from. This is from the historic commission. It states that the Young family occupied the house until 1945. In 1959, it was purchased by the Red Cross and has been used as their offices since that time. So technically, I cannot speak to what happened between 1945 and 1959.
Okay, fair enough. In 1960, when the Red Cross occupied this building, so they own the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, did you do any investigation as to what the zoning was for this property?
No, because I don't believe that's relevant to what we're proposing here.
Okay, did you do any investigation as to what the zoning was for the surrounding uses?
No.
This property is currently in the R15 zone, correct?
Yes.
The surrounding park and the Board of Education property is also located in the R15 zone, correct?
Yes.
Do you know at what time, in terms of an approximate date, this property, these properties were zoned as R15?
I do not know. Maybe that's something the board's planner could answer, but I do not know. I don't see that's relevant to this application.
Okay, so you didn't do any investigation as to the history of the R15 zone, correct?
No, this is a permitted conditional use in the R15 zone.
Okay.
That's all that was relevant to
Okay,
me.
well, I'll ask what I think is a relevant question. So in 1960, when the Red Cross purchased this property, do you know if they obtained any type of variance relief?
No,
No, you don't know?
I do not know.
Okay. And you don't know what the zoning was at the time, whether it was a residential zone or no zone, correct?
No, my testimony was that this has been used as a non-residential use since 1960. And that's, I don't know anything further.
Okay. And the Red Cross from between 1960 and, say, 2025, that property was, or let me back up, I'm sorry, I apologize. When did the Red Cross stop using the property for its
I don't know.
offices?
I assume around when the applicant purchased the property. I don't know the exact date.
And when was that?
I don't know the date. It was within the last 2 years.
And between 1960 and 2020, are you aware of whether there was any rezoning of the property
I am not.
Or-
I think I answered that.
or variance relief granted in connection with the use of the property?
No, I am not aware.
And have you performed any professional work for any other houses of worship in the city of Summit?
No, not in the city of Summit.
And you talked about a whole bunch of other churches. So let's start with, I think the last time you talked about Christ Church, 561 Springfield Avenue, right? That was founded in 1876, correct?
It sounds about right to me.
Right? And did you visit that property?
I have not been on the property itself. I have been outside of it.
And that's consists of many multifamily buildings, correct, in the surrounding area?
Largely. I
right,
believe
and-
it's in the multifamily zone.
Right, and there's a monastery next door as well, correct? And you also talked about the United Methodist Church,
Yep.
right? That's at 17 Kent Place Boulevard, right? That's over 150 years old, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You visit that property?
Same thing. I've not been on the property. I've been outside of it.
Okay, but so if you were outside the property, you noticed as you were driving around that it's around the corner from, I guess, Winberry's restaurant and other commercial buildings along Springfield Avenue and DeForest Avenue, correct?
Yes, we're not offering these specifically, those churches were not being offered to say that they were in a single-family residential district. We're showing as examples of undersized lots that accommodate churches. And that's one that has approximately 1 acre site.
Okay, so either one of those, for both of those churches, actually, you have never observed those churches when they are in operation.
No,
And you talked about last time and this time the JCC of Summit. You're not familiar with what type of variance relief, if any, was granted by any board in connection with any application that that congregation may have presented to either the planning board or zoning board,
I believe
correct?
I believe it was in front of this board, and they received a D3 variance and a parking variance. I don't know if they have anything else besides that.
Okay, but you don't know what the nature of those variances were, correct?
Not the exact numbers.
And,
no.
and do you know for how long the JCC of Summit, which is, I believe now Congregation or Shalom, do you know for how long that congregation has been at that property?
No,
Okay, if I told you it's been there since 1929, does that sound consistent, or you don't know?
I have no reason to doubt you.
And there's a parking lot that's part of that JCC, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and do you know how many parking spaces they have there?
no,
Okay. And you don't know what the seating is in that congregation, correct?
no.
And for the JCC, for the United Methodist Church, and for the Christ Church, you have not, just to clean up a question that was asked earlier, you haven't spoken to any of the neighbors in those, surrounding those properties, correct?
No, this was just a simple land use analysis.
Sure. And Kate, you talked about other properties, St. John's Lutheran, Pilgrim Baptist Church, JCC, and a fourth one that I missed. What was the fourth one that you rattled off there?
Sure, that was Temple Sinai on
Temple
Summit
Sinai.
Avenue.
Okay.
And these were examples of, these were specifically examples of houses of worship that are in single-family residential zones as is permitted by the zone plan of Summit.
Okay, and you don't know when those congregations or churches first were cited at those properties, correct?
No,
And you don't know whether variance relief was granted for any of those uses?
with the
or
exception of the
structures?
JCC, as I stated, no,
Yes.
I don't.
You don't know?
I don't know the zoning history of those.
Okay. And you don't, and so, and you don't know, like, when the zoning changed to make them residential zones or otherwise, correct?
No,
And you don't know the sizes of any of those congregations, correct?
no,
Or the amount of parking that may be provided, if there is any provided?
I have an idea for each of those, but I don't have the exact numbers.
And you're not aware of, for any of those congregations, the number or percentage of congregants that actually walk to and from the church or the synagogue from their homes, correct?
I don't know if certain denominations may, but I don't know for sure of any of these, no.
I noticed that with your, and Mr. Snikes stated that your exhibit was A11, which was an aerial, I believe, showing the proposed site and the surrounding park, correct?
And surrounding residential uses as well, yes.
Okay, when you say surrounding residential uses, my recollection is that it didn't show any surrounding residential uses on the other side of Springfield Avenue.
It shows some, it does not show
Right.
all of them.
But
That-
is my recollection correct that it sort of that it was cut off and you didn't show the amount of residences that are like literally directly across the street?
Yes, I think that was not specifically the intention. The intention of this exhibit was to show the ownership of those properties by the city and the Board of Education. I think we're all aware that there are residential uses across the street, and we've provided
And I actually
testimony.
went back and I looked at the site plan that was submitted, and it seems ironically that similarly, that also doesn't show the residences located across from Springfield Avenue. Is my recollection correct on that?
I don't know for sure. Typically, there's a key plan that shows a certain distance, and then the actual site plan may or may not show them.
Okay, but even as the professional planner on the project, you're not familiar with the exact, size, dimensions, topography of the residential homes in the surrounding area, let's say within 500 feet of this property, correct?
I don't really understand what you mean. I can't tell you the exact
Do you-
number.
Do you know, so are all the properties located in the R15 zone? Do you know?
Yes, the property.
They are. Within 500 feet, all the properties located within the R15?
I don't think that all of them are, and I don't know about within 500 feet. I think that most of them are.
Okay, the ones that are not, do you know what zone they're located in?
I don't know offhand.
Is it a residential zone?
I believe Oakley Avenue is in another zone, but I don't know exactly which one.
Another residential zone,
As
correct?
far as I know, yes.
And you don't know how many of the 450-plus members of the church's congregation live within walking distance of this site, correct?
I do not know. I believe that the Reverend provided testimony as to the number of congregants who live in the city, but I don't know offhand.
Right. And there was a question asked about the location of the crosswalk. Do you know how far the nearest crosswalk is from the entrance to the site?
I'm referring to Ms. Dolan's testimony. I believe she said approximately 750 feet.
So that's what, two and a half football fields, right? Linear,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, sure. Mhm.
As part of your investigation for this application, are you aware of any requests for variance approvals in the R15 neighborhood in the past 30 years or so?
Any variance approvals?
Any variances that were granted for properties in the R15 zone in the last 30 years?
I may have even worked on one of them. I don't know, but I don't know offhand. It's a very large zone in the city of Summit. I'm sure there's been residential, but no.
Okay. Are you aware of any non-residential variances that were granted in the R15 zone over the last 30 years?
The Summit JCC is located in the R15 zone.
Other than and that was granted, the variance was granted in early 2000s? Or you don't know?
It was more than 10, I would say less than 20 years ago. No, that's not something I would typically do as part of my analysis.
So-
No, I did
So
not.
other than the JC, and you didn't review the resolution for the JCC, right?
No, as I said before, every application stands alone.
And every lot abutting the subject property is owned by either the City of Summit or the Board of Education, correct?
That directly abuts it, yes.
Okay. And all of those properties are accessible by the general public, correct? Mm-hmm. And there's nothing to prevent well, let me back up. In the R15 zone, single-family homes are permitted, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing about this lot that prevents the development of a single-family home in the R15 zone, correct?
On the subject property?
Yes.
No.
And in fact, the minimum lot size in the R15 zone is what, 15,000 square feet?
Yes.
Right? And this property is substantially larger than 15,000 square feet, correct?
Yes.
So presumably, one could develop more than a single-family home on this property, correct?
I haven't done that analysis.
You don't know?
No.
And you would agree that for the Unitarian faith, that there's any number of different site and building designs on Unitarian churches in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Yes, there are.
With regard to the solar panels, or the solar canopies above the parking, you stated that it's not permitted in the R15 zone, and that's why you're seeking D or use variance relief.
Solar canopies are prohibited in residential zones in the city of Summit.
So because they're prohibited, you're seeking a D use variance.
That was how it was identified by the board's planner, and we are going along with that. Yes.
If there was no mention of that provision in the ordinance, would the solar canopies above the parking spaces be permitted as of right?
That would be up to determination by the professionals in this board. Like I said in my testimony, there is a lot of leeway allowed per the law in identifying appropriate, what's permitted as accessory use, customary, incidental, and I don't know how that's been treated here, so I don't want us to say, because it's really a hypothetical. That's not the case.
Well, you said now twice, in response to my question earlier, you said the analysis would turn onto whether the use would be customary and incidental. Let's put aside incidental for a minute. As a professional planner on this project, do you believe that solar carports are customarily associated with houses of worship in the city of Summit?
Not in the city of Summit. It is something that I have seen before, and I've seen them in a number of institutional uses,
Okay.
such as this.
Have you ever seen a solar carport as an accessory use to a house of worship in Union County?
Not that I know of.
Have you ever seen solar carport as an accessory use to a house of worship in the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
Where?
I cannot tell you offhand, but I am under oath, I will say that I have. I've
Okay.
reviewed
And
seen an application.
I totally believe you. The question is, regarding that location, was it in the center of a city? Was it in a residential zone? Do you have any
It was in a similar suburban type area, and it was on a larger parking lot than this.
larger parking lot than
Mm-hmm.
this? Okay. Okay, but you don't remember where?
I can't, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's fair. Now, as the planner, did you take I think you testified earlier that you're not going to see the solar panel canopies from off-site. Was that your testimony?
My testimony was that it would be minimal, like visual intrusive. You will still see them, but as we saw at the last hearing, but I think that the impacts are minimal.
Okay. When you say, as we saw at the last hearing, are you talking about the view from Springfield Avenue?
No, I'm talking about the exhibits that were presented by Mr. Cherry, which I believe covered several different viewpoints. I don't remember offhand.
Right. Do you recall if any of those viewpoints included a viewpoint from the park?
I don't. They were from various angles all around the property.
And you reviewed the application materials as part of this project, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall whether lighting is proposed to be provided under the canopies to account for loss of pole-mounted lighting in the parking area that would otherwise be obstructed by those canopies?
No, I don't recall. I would refer to the engineer's testimony.
Okay. And do you recall the height of those canopies, specifically for purposes of allowing emergency vehicles to get in there,
I
if
don't know
necessary?
about emergency vehicles. The testimony was that they would comply with the accessory structure ordinance of the city of Summit.
Okay, but you're not aware whether there was any analysis as to whether emergency vehicles can access, especially if you have a battery-powered car that catches on fire or otherwise, correct?
That is not my purview. That would have been covered by engineering testimony and your own fire
And in
review.
terms of, I recall that there were tall trees in the vicinity of those carports, did you, as a planner, do any type of evaluation as to the effectiveness of those panels, being as how they're going to be shaded by those trees?
I did not know.
And those trees, did you do any analysis as to whether those trees are on the church property or on the park property?
I don't know which trees you're speaking of. There was extensive testimony given by our landscape architect, Ms. Doc Willer, who I believe, her testimony referenced the solar canopies, and there was extensive landscape architecture testimony.
Right, but you don't recall as the planner where those trees are located, correct?
There's trees on the site and off the site, and we're proposing to plant new trees on the site.
And you're not familiar, well, we know that the church is going to be abutting properties that are owned by the city and the Board of Ed. We talked about that, correct? Mm-hmm. And you're not familiar, though, with the schedule of the use of those public properties, correct?
Not beyond the fact that it's a primary school and a public park, and the typical schedules associated with that, I don't have any further knowledge.
Okay, you don't know whether, private recreation groups use those properties and when, correct?
No.
Okay, and you're not aware of whether those properties are used for other than, recreation events and when, correct?
No, I don't see how it's relevant.
And you have no idea whether there's going to be any type of overlapping between the church operations and the use of the park and/or the use of the Board of Ed property, correct?
I will refer back to the traffic engineer's testimony, in which he referred to a number of Sundays that there was studies done on street parking in the vicinity.
Other than that, though, in terms of usage, you're not aware of anything,
No.
correct? Let's see what we got here. Just bear with me a second here. And some of the restrictions from which you're seeking variance relief for, they do not prohibit utilization of the property for a conforming structure, correct? Whether it's height, setback, or otherwise, right?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so in other words, if I was going to be putting a permitted use on this site, I can comply with the height requirement, right?
You could, you
Right.
wouldn't have to. You could request a variance from it. I don't understand the distinction there.
I don't need to, I could, if I'm going to be removing the building that formerly had the Red Cross office, correct? I can construct a building on this property that would comply with zoning, that would comply with height requirements, that comply with setback requirements, that can comply with buffering requirements, that can comply with lot coverage requirements, that can comply with building coverage requirements,
Are
correct?
you referring to a single-family dwelling?
Yes, let's start with that.
Yes, most likely,
Okay,
yes.
and you haven't done an analysis other than that as to whether having two or three or any number of permitted uses, single-family dwellings via subdivision or otherwise, could be fully in compliance with the City of Summit's ordinance, correct?
No, that's not what this application is for.
And even for this application, there's nothing about the property itself that restricts you from fully complying with building coverage and lot coverage requirements, correct?
We have the application that's before this board, where we are requesting minor deviation for building coverage, requesting a little bit more of a deviation for lot coverage, and I put my proofs on the record as to why I think they can be reasonably granted.
Okay, that speaks for itself. I'm asking you, there's no reason why this applicant, because of the property itself, cannot comply with the building coverage and lot coverage requirements of the ordinance, correct?
I don't know. I don't know. They
And what about the height requirements of the ordinance? Is there anything about the property that prevents the applicant from fully complying with the height requirements of the ordinance?
There's nothing about the property that affects the height requirements. It's the use and the design that is impacting the height.
Let's talk about parking. So for the ordinance, you said a couple times that the parking requirement is based on the ordinance, and that you were referencing, I believe, the 1 space per 3 seats. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true that the ordinance states that the requirement, the parking requirement for this application is 1 space per 3 seats or 1 space per 10 square feet of gross floor area, whichever is greater? Isn't that correct?
Yes, this has been discussed on the record before. That is how it is technically read. That would result in approximately 1,800 required parking spaces.
Okay, so is the app, based on the ordinance, technical or not, is the applicant asking for permission to have 46 on-site spaces where 1,800 parking spaces are required by ordinance?
This has come up before.
Well, no,
Excuse me 1 second. We've been down this road.
Yes.
We've discussed this issue, we discussed it with the board's planner, we discussed it with council. This is not shedding any light further on this issue. We are talking about an ordinance provision that's been around for a long time, that has been interpreted a number of times by this board.
Just make sure you speak into a microphone.
By
Thank
the
you.
zoning officer and otherwise, and this is the way it's always been interpreted. Now, I was the attorney for the JCC when that approval was granted in 2008, 2009. Their variances, their calculation was based on the seating of that sanctuary. They got about a 50% parking variance. They have somewhere in the high 40s to 50 spaces. Their requirement was about 100. And that's the way it's always been interpreted. The viewpoint of the city has always been that that ordinance is meant to deal with mixed-use buildings, not buildings that are all the religious use, okay? So if this building had other institutions in it that were using office space that might be doing other things at the same time or having all kinds of overlap in time of use, it might make more sense. But to interpret it the way Mr. Simon's suggesting just leads you to an absurdity. And the idea that our ordinance would require a 240-seat church to have 1,800 parking spaces, I mean, it's not worth talking about. It's just absurd on its face.
Mr. Chairman.
So I don't think we need to get down this road again. We've been down it, we've discussed it, and I think we need to move on. We're using a lot of time on a lot of irrelevancies, quite frankly.
So, Mr. Chairman, I did not write the ordinance. Mr. Maynor, smart as he is, did not write the ordinance.
No, but I've dealt with it
You,
for a
wait,
long
excuse
time.
me. Mr. Maynor represents, and I take him at his word, that he's been dealing with this ordinance for a long time. This ordinance has been on the books for a long time. And yet, despite what Mr. Maynor states, are applications that have interpreted this ordinance or have granted relief or otherwise, the ordinance remains on the books. You guys know it takes 1 month, practically 30 days, to revise an ordinance. right? Introduction, planning board review and recommendation under the master plan, public hearing. Okay? Approximately 30 days, give or take. This ordinance remains on the books. I would like to, whether you think it's absurd or not, that's what the ordinance states. I didn't write the words. Ms. Keller is very competent, is a professional planner on this project. She provided testimony in support of variance relief, including for parking. All I'm doing, I'm not going out of bounds here, I'm following the ordinance. It says whichever is greater. So I'm respectfully want to ask her some questions, because she even stated at the very beginning, I'm coming back up here and I'm restating a lot of my testimony, which I think is fair and appropriate after hearing Ms. Dolan's testimony, which is fine. But if she's allowed to do that, I respectfully would like an opportunity to question her on what she's relying on for her planning proofs.
I agree. I think your, the overarching nature of your testimony is going to open yourself up to questions from Mr. Simon that most certainly have covered testimony that's previously been given. But as is your right, if you want to continue to answer that it's already been testified to earlier, that's probably what you're going to get, Mr. Simon. So yes, please continue, but understand if that's how you choose to respond, so be it. It's probably going to eat up more time, but given everything that you covered, and it was a lot, I think Mr. Simon is well within the bounds to ask these questions. I wouldn't expect too much, Mr. Simon, though.
My comment on that was going to be that it was discussed at the last hearing, is that it really is the city's determination, legal determination, and
That's fine.
that I have not done any further analysis, and I did not do the various proofs for that, because on its face, 1,800 parking spaces for a facility of this size is absurd. And so I don't think it would be a good use of anybody's time to go through proofs for something like that versus what I did put on the record.
So we have asked and answered. Great.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
Okay, so you've decided not to present any proofs for the parking variance per what's stated in the ordinance, correct?
Per that interpretation, if the board were to request it, I can happily do it. I do not think it was necessary, and there was no specific request for it until now.
Let me, and I'm not being argumentative, right?
Could have fooled me.
You use
I
the
feel like I've
word,
heard my wife say that a few times, too.
me too.
That's on the record now.
Oh, no, it's on the record. You said interpretation. Is there an interpretation that's different from a conclusion that the ordinance requirement for parking is 1 space per 3 seats or 1 space per 10 square feet of gross floor area, whichever is greater? Is there an interpretation as to language?
Not on language. I defer to how the board has approached this in the past. I don't know how they have. I will take what Mr. Maynor said, but otherwise, we took it at the board's discretion.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Okay.
Or no?
Sure, go ahead.
But doesn't each case stand on its own?
Not if it's a zone, not if it's based on that type of zoning interpretation. You know, if you've looked at the zoning ordinance a certain way in the past, I mean, as it says on paper, that's what it says. That is not how we took it. That's not how apparently it's been enforced in the past. And when I say variance applications stand on their own, the zoning is the zoning.
So hypothetically, if I were to take, let's say, 1,000 square foot house that's sitting there, single-family residential use, and successfully get a use variance and convert it to house of worship use, I would all of a sudden, instead of a 1-car garage, need 100 parking spaces?
If, based on that, yes.
Okay.
And you may not successfully get the use variance, because that's all part of the the conditional use variance, because that's all part of the application. I mean, I did do an analysis on that, because I've never heard of a zoning standard like that before.
Be a very crowded service.
It would be, it would be impossible, and that would be in our loop of, most likely would represent something that was an undue burden.
Mr. Simon, our witness has been standing for quite a while. Do you think you're coming to the end, or should we take a break now?
Let's take a break. I don't
Okay,
want
great.
to misrepresent.
So why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back, or 12 minutes, 9:45.
No, I'm fine, I'm fine.
All right, Mr. Simon, if you'll resume your questioning.
Sure. Ms. Keller, you recall that when I was talking to Ms. Dolan, I had mentioned the ITE parking generation 6th edition
You did.
requirements, right?
You did ask her about that,
Right.
yes.
And she said she relies on that, as part of her evaluation for parking, correct?
No, she actually said that she did not rely on this sixth, I believe that was her testimony.
She said that she didn't rely on that, and she didn't review that as part of her evaluation,
She reviewed
correct?
it. She reviewed it, and the parking generation?
Parking.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I listened to this literally 2 hours ago, so her testimony was that she has relied on it, but not the sixth generation for this. But
Not
she was
for
familiar.
this. She was
Yes.
familiar, but she didn't rely on that, correct?
Yes, and that was her
Right?
testimony.
And you've been involved in other applications where traffic consultants rely on the ITE standards, including those contained in the Parking Generation 6th edition, correct?
I assume so. I know that that's the industry standard. I don't always look at specifically what edition they're using.
Right, but when you provide planning testimony in support of an application, the traffic consultant that comes before you often reviews and relies on those standards, correct?
They do sometimes for applications, they rely on other locations if it's a chain or something like that. If they rely on, studies that the applicant themselves has done, there's many different, it's one of an options in the toolkit, but it is an industry standard.
Okay, and so for purposes of your planning proofs for this application, you are solely relying on the fact that there's 46 on-site spaces, and you believe that 79 spaces are required. That's the only standards that you're working off of for purposes of your planning proofs regarding deficient parking. Is that correct?
I don't understand the question. That's the zoning standard that we're using. But our analysis took into account operations testimony, it took into account Ms. Dolan's testimony and report, it took into account the number of off-street spaces, the number of seats in the sanctuary, et cetera.
You are not relying on anything other than the testimony that came before you regarding parking. Is that fair to say?
No, I put on my own planning proofs. I incorporated that testimony into it.
Right. So as part of your planning proofs, did you do an evaluation of the ITE studies and standards for parking?
No, that's not typically something I do.
And are you aware of a parking deficiency for which variance relief was required for any proposed development, let's say within 1,000 feet of this site?
No. That's not an analysis that I did.
And other than Ms. Dolan's analysis in terms of distances between local streets and the site driveway, you didn't do any type of independent study, investigation, or measurements regarding that, correct?
Are you speaking about site distance and site
Yes,
triangles?
like in other words, that there were over 1,500 feet between Harrison Court and the site driveway, and another 500 feet between the site driveway and Fairview.
No, I refer to the testimony of our civil engineer and Ms. Dolan.
Okay. And you would agree that the ordinance doesn't allow an applicant to satisfy a parking requirement with off-site parking, correct?
Yes, yes, I agree with that.
Okay. And there's no off-site municipal parking lot or private parking lot within the vicinity of this site, correct?
No, not except, not none that's open to the public. There's this one that's associated with the school and the park, but not we've agreed to not use, so nothing else. just the on-street parking.
And with regard to I just want to be clear about something. Mr. Snike has asked you about the Sika balancing test. And you went through the 4-part standard. Was that for the solar panels, or was that for the house of worship?
I provided a overview of how the Sika test I provided my testimony in the context of the Sika test per Mr. Snike's request. The Sika test does not apply here for the variance we are seeking for the house of worship. We are not seeking a D1 use variance. We are
Right.
seeking a D3 variance.
And-
I then put additional testimony on the record going through those 4 prongs again for the solar panels.
For the solar panels, okay. And so with regard to the solar panels, and the solar panels are an inherently beneficial use as defined under the municipal land use law,
Yes.
right? So then that's what allows you to use this 4-part Sika balancing test for the negative criteria, correct? For the solar panels.
Yes, because for an inherently beneficial use, the positive criteria is considered to be met by its status as an inherently beneficial use. The purpose of the Sika test is to allow the board to relate that in context with the proposal, to evaluate the positive and negative criteria.
Right. So with regard to the first prong of this 4-part Sika balancing test that you went through in response to Mr. Snike's appropriate question regarding the solar panels and the need for the D1 use variance, you said that the board is to first, identify the public interest at stake, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that some uses are more compelling than others in terms of what the public interest is for solar panels, right?
I think that as far as the municipal land use law is concerned, renewable energy is specifically stated as an inherently beneficial use because it is considered, as it says in the MLUL itself, is that is because it has an inherent public benefit associated with it.
Right, but when we're doing this balancing, I just asked you, some inherently beneficial uses are more compelling than other inherently beneficial
Yes.
uses, correct?
Yes, that's typically
Right?
the case.
Like if you were proposing like a neurological center, which is an inherently beneficial
Mm-hmm.
use, that would be more publicly compelling than a parking lot for school buses that has also been deemed to be an inherently beneficial use.
I mean, just to speak on the base of the analysis, yes, some are more compelling than
Okay.
others.
So where does the solar carports fall between the neurology center and the parking lot for school buses?
I don't think that's really an appropriate question. The purpose of this Sika test is to look at both the public interest at stake, how compelling it is, then also look at the detrimental effects. You're talking about a small facility on a site that promotes many of the state's and the city's goals in terms of renewable resources that have been set in your master planning documents at the state level as well, that they all contribute to inherently beneficial to the public welfare.
Okay.
So, yes.
So you talked about the third of the 4th criteria for the Sika balancing test, that the board may reduce detrimental impacts by imposing conditions on the use, and then the board ultimately is going to weigh that. So you talked about 2 conditions: no homeless shelters and no Wilson Park parking lot use, right, as conditions. Those don't have anything to do with the solar
No,
panels,
they don't.
correct? Okay. And with regard to the solar panels themselves, you don't have any information as to how much, energy is going to be captured, correct?
I think that testimony has been provided.
Right, but I'm saying
No,
you,
I
Ms. Keller,
don't.
don't have any independent knowledge of
No.
that? You don't know how the inverters work or
No,
anything like that, correct?
No, not particularly.
Okay. And in terms of satisfying the purposes of the municipal land use law, developing this property for permitted use would also satisfy those purposes, correct?
That's not what we're discussing here.
I know, but is that true? That if you develop this property for permitted use, that would satisfy the purposes of the municipal land use law,
Yeah,
correct?
well, this is a permitted use, besides the solar panels. But yes, the zoning ordinance, it would comply with the zoning ordinance. So that is, yes.
You stated you reviewed the master plan, and I asked you, and you said you reviewed the land use element, and you said it was the parks and open space element. You reviewed that, correct?
From 2006, yes.
Right. And did you take a look at the open space and recreation plan map in the master plan? As part of your job as a professional planner for this application?
I reviewed the 2006 master plan reexamination report. If that map was in there, I looked at it.
Okay.
I don't know specifically what map you're speaking of.
Did you review the City of Summit master plan?
I think I've answered that, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you identify, or did you see whether there was any parcels identified on the open space and recreation plan map that the City of Summit should consider, and the term is securing through a combination of public-private funds or grants, should they become available?
No, I did not see that.
So if I told you that of those 12 parcels, that one of them just so happens to be the Red Cross property, would that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me because I know how these plans are written. They're kind of like wish lists, but I was not aware of it, no.
And do you know in this case whether the plan was written as a wish list?
I don't know. I don't know the date that you're referring to. I don't know exactly which map you're referring to. I'm not sure. I reviewed the master plan in some, as I have stated. I, cannot quote every single map that I saw.
Okay. But the property that's the actual subject of this application is specifically identified as one of those 12 properties, and you're not aware of that,
No, I'm
right?
not.
Okay. Are you aware of Section 44 of the municipal land use law entitled Reservation of Public Areas? Do you know about that?
I am familiar with it. I have not actually applied it in my profession.
Okay. Do you know what it states?
No.
Okay. You would agree that even for inherently beneficial uses, that the negative criteria in Section 70 in the municipal land use law applies, right?
Yes.
Both prongs?
Yes.
And the term substantial detriment to the public good as part of the negative criteria is not just limited to not causing substantial detriment to properties directly abutting a particular development application, correct?
No, not at all.
And the public good, as that term is used, includes, or can include, public properties and the many folks that utilize and enjoy those public properties, correct?
It can.
And you used the term in response to, I think it was Mr. Maynor actually asked you the question at the end of your testimony back in July. I think he used the word blight. And, you know, he asked you, is there any blight, you know, in the neighborhood? And you said, no, there's, you know, for the other houses of worship, and you said, no, there's no blight. But blight is not a criteria necessary to demonstrate substantial detriment to the public, correct?
No, I don't think we were presenting it as that.
Just give me a minute. With regard to this lot as distinguished from other properties in the zone, is there anything about this property that is different from other properties in the R15 zone?
It's oversized compared to other properties in the many other properties, not all. I think that's the biggest difference.
Okay. And with regard to, you also relied on the you relied on the C2 criteria for the bulk variance
Yes.
relief, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And as part of the bulk, the C2 criteria, under the Kaufman case, you have the burden of proof to convince the board that this proposed project and the zoning and the variances for which you're seeking relief from represent a better zoning alternative for the property as compared to fully complying with the requirements of the ordinance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Just give me a minute. In terms of the master plan, you talked about certain goals. You mentioned goal number 6, to preserve open space, correct?
That was a portion of that goal. A lot of it was also about community facilities and green infrastructure.
Right, and there are other goals of the master plan, and one of the first goals is to preserve and protect residential neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, it is, and this is a permitted use in this residential neighborhood.
Well, you keep saying that, it's a conditionally.
The use is contemplated as permitted, the use itself. The
Let me ask you a question. Under Section 67 of the municipal land use law, there's provisions for conditional uses, correct?
Yes.
And they are distinguished from expressly permitted uses that are promulgated pursuant to Section 62 of the municipal land use law, correct?
Yes, I would
Okay.
refer to those as permitted principal uses.
So if you don't meet one of the criteria for, just one, for a conditional use, that brings you to a board such as this one, the Board of Adjustment, where you need to obtain a conditional use variance
Yes.
requiring 5 affirmative votes from a Board of Adjustment, correct?
Yes,
Okay? And if you have a permitted use and you need a variance, bulk variance, do you need an enhanced 5 affirmative votes from a Board of Adjustment?
no, you don't, but
Okay.
the
And isn't it true that if you don't meet the criteria for the conditional use, you need a conditional use variance under Section 70D3 of the municipal land use law?
yes, that's why we're here tonight. The use itself is of house of worship is contemplated in the residential zone. I addressed this in my testimony. I addressed the rationale behind it and the rationale for the standards that are in place. But the case law, as I said, Coventry versus Westwood, it identifies the fact that the governing body has identified that this use is appropriate in the zone under certain conditions, and that's why the burden of proof is lower than it is for a unpermitted use.
The master plan that I reviewed did not envision Springfield Avenue parking in the R15 zone for a house of worship, correct?
I don't think that that was addressed.
And the ordinance, the zoning ordinance, doesn't permit one to utilize other property, even public property, to satisfy its buffering requirements, correct?
No, that's why we were requesting variances for these things.
Okay, I don't think I have any further questions for Ms. Keller at this time. Thank you, Kate, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one question. In your opinion, in what your cases you've worked on, have you seen a condition to obtain sidewalks installed, even if it's on county or state roads?
Are you talking to me? This question for
Yes.
me? It all depends. Every county has different rights-of-way requirements. I'm sure that I have before.
Have you seen a Board of Adjustments make a requirement to obtain a sidewalk, even though it's considered a state or county road?
I can't recall offhand. I can't recall. You may want to ask your professionals as if they might have insight on whether that's been done in town.
Ed, sorry.
I have, not under the condition of a county road or a state road. I haven't seen that requirement, but I've seen it for local roads, your request to add sidewalks. So
Well, not necessarily a sidewalk, but a sidewalk crossing.
Oh, sidewalk crossings.
Oh, you meant a crosswalk?
Yes, a crosswalk.
Oh, that I have not seen.
That, I believe it would be within the county's jurisdiction.
Yes.
We wouldn't have the authority to compel them to obtain that. We can, in theory, ask that they seek it, but we couldn't condition the application on its approval.
Thank you.
Just had one question.
Yes.
When the Red Cross property went up for sale, could the city have bid on it in an open market transaction?
I
can actually answer that. I don't think.
No, I was good, thank you.
I represented the church when they bought the property. The property was on the open market. Those of you who were around a few years ago and drove by it, had a big for sale sign in front of it with the name and phone number of a commercial real estate operator. So this was not a private, Red Cross did not come to the church or the church go to the Red Cross and said, hey, what do you think about doing a deal? This property was on the market openly.
Do you know for how long, approximately?
I don't remember, but it was not a couple of days. I mean, that sign was up there for a while, so.
And one more question. Even after the transaction had gone through, could the city have theoretically exercised eminent domain to take the property?
The city, if the city has the legal basis to exercise the power, they can do it whenever and wherever they want.
Satisfying the purposes of the, I forget the reference Mr. Simon made, but that particular element of the
Yeah,
master
they have to
plan.
compensate the landowner,
Of course.
obviously, but the city has that power.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public for this witness? Questions only, please. Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay. Yes, sorry, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you. And first of all, thank you for all that information.
Just
If
make
you
sure
could
you-
use the microphone.
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Um,
If you could state your name and spell your last name for us.
Sure. Betsy Zimmerman. I'm actually a neighbor of the churches and have not been following all these hearings, so this was very informative for me. I just have a few questions. If the Unitarian Church's proposal is not approved, are there any restrictions that
Can you
you're
use the
aware of?
microphone? Can't hear you.
Are there any restrictions that you're aware of on who the church could sell the property to, if it chose to?
No.
I believe the city of Summit is currently 345 units short of its fair housing obligation. Do you know if that's true?
I know that there has been settlement discussions. I'm not familiar with the absolute numbers that are involved.
Okay. The city of Summit in December filed a revised proposal for partial compliance with that obligation. That revised proposal covered 295 units. So unless the zoning board tells me differently, I believe that the city will still be short 50 units of its obligation.
I would defer to your, I don't know if your board planner here handles your affordable housing, but they would know more than
Okay.
I would.
So, in your opinion, given current legal challenges to the city's affordable housing plan, the requirements of the Fair Housing Act and the fact that the city's current proposal still falls short by 50 units, is it possible that this property could become an apartment building?
Any future user of this site would have the ability to come to this board and ask for any use. They may not get it approved, but anyone would have the ability.
Okay. And given that the city will still be changing, will be changing zoning, as already agreed with the court, could the property be rezoned to a higher density apartment complex?
I don't have any knowledge about what's in the housing plan and what's being proposed, but that if certain sites that are designated, they do have the authority to rezone them.
Okay. Thank you. Those are really my questions. I don't know if the board has any corrections to make to any of that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the public? Yes, please.
Hi, how are you this evening? My name is Tom Maney, and I live at 30 Oakley Avenue in Summit. And my question for you is, you cited on a couple of occasions several of the churches that are in the city of Summit that are oversized for the lot that they're on.
It was more that the lots were undersized.
The lots were undersized.
Hold on.
Yes.
Tom is one of my clients.
All right, so any questions will have to go through your
I
attorney.
wait.
No, because you're one of my clients, you cannot independently ask a question of a witness. So,
Then I'll go back there.
sorry. But I always play by the rules. And
Thank you.
they're important rules. I do have one follow-up question.
Yes, Mr. Simon, quickly.
So, Ms. Keller, a question was asked of you regarding affordable housing. You're aware that the city of Summit has proposed a housing element and fair share plan that they believe is fully compliant with the Fair Housing Act, correct?
No, I stated that I wasn't fully
You're not,
aware
you're
of their
not, you're not aware
status.
of it. You're not aware of the contents of the housing element and fair share plan element of the master plan, correct?
No, I don't believe this site is not part of that.
This site is not
No.
part of it either currently, contemplatively, or otherwise, correct?
As far as I know, no. That was not what I was asked particularly, but yes.
Thank you, Mr. Simon.
It is not fully as a neighbor. I just want everybody to know it's not.
Okay. Any other questions from the public that's not a client of Mr. Simon? Just to clarify. Seeing none. All right. Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you all. Appreciate all of your questions. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. Subject, again, if we need to recall somebody to rebut a witness that Mr. Simon calls, but other than that, that's our entire presentation. So I thank you
Thank you.
for sticking with it since last March. It's been a long haul for everybody, I know, but I appreciate it, and
Great.
the floor is his.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Simon, you have a witness?
I do.
Okay.
I'm assuming that you'd like me to present that witness at this time.
Yes, please.
Happy to. Mr. Stack?
All right, I'll swear you in. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you just state your name, spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Peter Steck, S-T-E-C-K.
Thank you. And can you provide your background and experience for the board?
Yes. My office is at 80 Maplewood Avenue, Maplewood, New Jersey. I'm a licensed planner in New Jersey. I was licensed in 1976. That license is still in effect this evening. In terms of experience and education, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's in city and regional planning. I've worked for 2 consulting firms in New Jersey, Alvin Gershon Associates in Trenton and Malcolm Kassler Associates in North Jersey. I was the planning director for the Township of Montclair for about 9.5 years. And I've appeared in 230 municipalities in New Jersey and been accepted as an expert planning witness in those jurisdictions, as well as in Superior Court and Tax Court. And I've appeared before in Summit and been accepted as an expert witness here.
Any questions from the board about his credentials? Any questions from Mr. Maynor?
Just a quick question or two, Mr. Steck. So, in your experience, have you, in the last 3-4 years, appeared in opposition to applications before zoning and planning boards, or in opposition to municipal redevelopment plans?
Yes.
How many would you say?
Well, which category do you want me to?
Well,
say?
take them one at a time. Let's take zoning board applications. Go back 3-4 years. Just give me an approximate. I don't expect you to have an exact
I would say that
number.
about half of my practice is in opposition and half of it is for development applications.
Okay, that answers my question. So half of the time you appear in opposition to.
Well, I look at the case and if.
I didn't ask you
Well,
that
no, but,
question.
Mr. Maynard, if
I-
he wants, listen, if you're asking him a question. in
Yes, I
terms
am,
of
and I
you're
expect him
you're
to answer it.
volunteering the witness in terms of his qualifications to be an expert witness.
I didn't ask him to make a speech about how he analyzes things. I
Well,
asked
don't
him to
mischaracterize his answer.
confirm.
He's answering the question.
So you work both sides of the street, is that correct?
When people approach me for applications and I decide when I look at them whether I can accommodate the applicant who's proposing something or whether I can accommodate an objector if I feel there is a valid basis for objection.
Okay, I have no further questions and no objection to it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Assume you would like to accept his credentials at this time?
We would. Welcome, please proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Steck, before you get started, you've had an opportunity to review the application materials that were presented as part of this application, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have been present and/or watched the video of the testimony with regard to this application?
Yes.
And with regard to this evening, you were present during Ms. Keller's professional planning testimony, both this evening and you also either were present and/or listened to or watched the video of Ms. Keller's prior planning testimony in July of 2025.
Yes,
correct?
and also read the transcript.
Okay. And so with regard to this application, based on, and have you been to the site?
Yes, I've actually been inside the building because I gave blood at one time. So when I got to look at the inside, and I actually have been in the existing Beacon Church that's not the subject of this application, but the current location of the applicant.
And if you would, I'm going to just get you started just to present your planning testimony and observations and conclusions regarding the relief required by the applicant, namely preliminary and final site plan approval, conditional use variances, bulk variances, and the like.
Yes. First of all, in preparation, I reviewed your zoning ordinance, the design standards that are also as part of one of the appendices. Reviewed the last master plan was 2000. There are other documents which are re-examination reports. Those are different from the master plan. A different section of the municipal land use law, when you're addressing the negative criteria, it's not, you don't evaluate that with respect to the re-examination report. You evaluate that with respect, when the ordinance says, municipal land use law says land use plan, zone plan, that's the master plan. So in this case, it's the 2000 master plan adopted by the planning board. Part of my analysis was to examine the subject property, and the building was clearly built originally as a dwelling. If you go inside, it's broken up into rooms. It looks like a dwelling. If you drove by without the name Red Cross, you would think it's simply a large single-family dwelling. So that it reads from a visual point of view as a single-family dwelling, although, as indicated, for the last several decades, it's been offices of the American Red Cross. Part of my analysis was, to evaluate the application and to talk about some of the details. As I understand it, there are no religious tenets, rules which dictate what a house of worship in this type of religion has to look like. There are many Universalist churches that some have steeples, some don't. There's no religious, is my understanding, there's no law or design requirement. There's some religions that say, the altar has to face the east. There are a number of requirements of religions, but is my understanding there is no religious requirement of what a house of worship has to look like. This design is a very unusual design. It's almost like a piece of sculpture. It is an agreed upon design by the applicant, and the applicant is entitled to design it the way they feel it advances their philosophy. But this is an unusual design, and it's a spread out design. As you look at the shapes, they're very unusual. And if you were simply looking at what's the most efficient way, to accommodate a use, this is not the most efficient way of doing it. The applicant is expressing things in the design of the building, but as a result of that choice, that design choice, this is very much of a spread out building. The result of that choice is that there are a number of items of relief that are needed. As you know, there's an issue of buffering, there's an issue of setbacks, there's an issue of insufficient parking, there's an issue of building coverage, there's an issue of impervious coverage. These are choices that the applicant made through its architect. And again, they're not mandated by the religion that I can tell, but they certainly have the right to propose any design they like. There are two main parts of this application, as you know. There's the house of worship, which is a conditional use. The applicant's planner mentioned that, these are typical in single-family zones. Each municipality gets to choose what it wants to do. When I was the planner in Montclair, they no longer permitted houses of worship in single-family zones. And the reason was that they realized that houses of worship have evolved over time. They now almost by right have daycare. They have, AA meetings. They have, homeless feeding plans. There are a lot of things that houses of worship do today that weren't necessarily associated with them like 20, 30 years ago. And just in the example of Montclair, they decided that they were going to open the door, and they specifically say that houses of worship can engage in things that are not necessarily traditionally accessory uses. There was the whole theater company was in a church for a while in Montclair. And so what Montclair did, recognizing that churches have an expanded mission, they said, we're going to allow that. We're going to write it into the ordinance, but we're not going to allow them in single-family zones. So each municipality gets to make its choice. The other thing I want to emphasize is that while the applicant's planner is classifying this as a permitted use, it's not a permitted use. When you don't meet one of the conditions that apply to the specific use, it's a D variance, which means there's an enhanced burden in terms of voting. It can only go to the Board of Adjustment, and you have to get 5 affirmative votes. That's different from normal bulk standards, where you simply need a simple majority. And that's a recognition, in my opinion, by the legislature that there's a heightened interest in meeting these standards. Now, it is true that the Coventry case applies for conditional uses where you don't meet all the conditions. The other part of the application is the panels, the solar panels that are over the parking lot. And it's true that, first of all, they're not permitted. It's, in my opinion, a D1 variance, because it's a use it's a use and a structure, but it's a use that's specifically not allowed in residential zones. And my suspicion is it's an aesthetic issue. You know, you don't like to have freestanding solar panels. Now, I believe the state law allows them by right in industrial zones, and that's okay. Aesthetics are at a different level there. But this is in a zone, and as repeated, there's a Ch test. And the first step of the Ch test is what's the magnitude of the public benefit? I'll grant you the municipal land use law say solar photovoltaic panels are an inherently beneficial use. But in evaluating it under the Ch standards, and I don't know if you stole my examples, but there's a continuum. There's the Regional Head Trauma Center, which was the original case of Dr. Sika. And then at the low end, there's a storage of school buses. That's also an inherently beneficial use. But obviously, there are different impacts, different magnitude of benefits. As I looked at the site plan, the solar panels that are on top of the parking spaces are for a number of hours of a day and months are going to be in shade. Because right next, you can look at the applicant's exhibits, they show you that. But if you're facing the property on the right side, there are tall trees that are either at the property line or over to the adjacent public property. They are very tall trees, and they cast a shadow onto the subject property. And in fact, for a number of hours, over the panels that are over the parking spaces. And I raise that up because, yes, solar panels are an inherently beneficial use, but let's look at the magnitude. If someone put it in the middle of a forest, you'd say, well, there's zero benefit because they're not going to produce any electricity. But what I would suggest in reviewing this application, you look at the location of those panels and the fact that they are in shade a good part of the day. And later on, I'll show you an exhibit that illustrates that. The concern of the ordinance, in my opinion, is one of aesthetics. And your ordinance says you're supposed to put trees in parking lots to break them up. That's an aesthetic issue. In my opinion, putting these panels as an accessory structure, but a use not permitted, in a parking lot, that goes in the wrong direction. That's not advancing aesthetics. That's going into the negative direction. So, and I'll address this toward the end of my testimony. When you march through the Ch test, I disagree with the applicant. if these are in a poor location, it's going to be partly in shade, not that productive in terms of electricity, and because there is a negative aesthetic impact, it doesn't necessarily, and in my opinion, in this case, does not satisfy the SECA standards. Part of my analysis was to look at the surrounding area, and maybe it's time to distribute an exhibit.
Let's distribute the exhibit, Mr. Steck.
Okay.
Let's give it to Mr. Maynard, please.
Yep.
And let's give it, maybe go to Mr. Ball first, and keep one for yourself. There
Good
you
point.
go. All right, thank you. Not my
And
first
we will
rodeo.
call this 01 for the record.
I guess I'll invite you to pass them both ways.
Sure.
Can I,
Do I see any hands? Oh, I have.
I have a hand.
I
How
have a
about
couple
that?
extra
Thank you.
that are somewhat interested.
Andy, this is 01, January 21st, 2026.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. 01 was prepared by me, it's dated today, and it consists of three pages. And I'll refer to it as I go through my testimony, but on the first page, you see your zoning ordinance. So this is in a solidly.
Your zoning map.
Excuse me, zoning map. This is in a solidly residential area. As everyone knows, it's in the R15 zone. Below that is a satellite photo of the subject property. It shows some of the houses that are across the street. And I included this because you see the shadow pattern of the trees. 2/3 of the site, at least this time of day, is going to be in shade. And
What
most
time of day was that?
Excuse me?
What time of day was that?
I don't know, because the satellite only gave me the year, didn't give me the time of day. I can show you other more timely ones. But the point that I'm raising is that there are deciduous trees that are on the right or east side of the property. And when they're in leaf, they cast a significant shadow. And if you look at the plans, many of those trees are on the public property, so they're going to stay there.
Mr. Steck, before you leave page 1 of 01, looking at the first slide of the zoning map. So this property is located in the R15 zone, correct?
Yes.
And you do show many lots across the street from Springfield Avenue, also located in the R15 zone. And to the immediate east of this site, continue to have properties located in the R15 zone. And then you end up with a bunch of properties in the R10 zone, also a residential zone, correct?
Correct.
Okay? And the difference between the R10 zone and the R15 zone primarily is that the minimum lot size for the R15 zone is 15,000 square feet, and the R10 zone, it's 10,000 square feet.
Yes, they're
lots.
both single-family zones, but at different densities.
And the park and the Board of Ed property also located in the R15 zone.
Yes, the properties to the left and right are the municipally owned properties that are known as Wilson Park. And I'll call it the northwest corner of the subject property at one point touches the Board of Ed property that's used by both the Board of Ed and a daycare.
Okay, and on the first page of 01 on the bottom, you show that aerial photograph, and it says for the roadway 512, that's County Road 512, also known as Springfield Avenue, correct?
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
And as you can see, the abutting municipal lands to the west are active. There are paddleball courts, there's, recreational equipment there. The second page is I'll call it a current aerial photograph of the subject property on the top. That's actually dated today. I took it this morning. And it shows, again, I didn't superimpose the property lines, but you see to the east, they're very tall trees. Some of them are evergreens, but most of those are on the adjacent public property. If you reverse direction and look across Springfield Avenue, that's the lower photo.
Okay, so wait, let's just slow down a little bit. So on page 2, the upper photo is a photo of the subject property as it currently exists, correct?
Yes,
With Springfield Avenue on the bottom of that photo.
that's correct.
Great, taken today.
Correct, this morning.
Okay, so then.
That's midday, actually.
Midday, okay. And now you're turning to the bottom photo on page 2 of 01. And is that Springfield Avenue, but on the bottom, but the subject property is off the photo, correct?
It was below the photo, so I simply turned the drone 180 degrees and shot in the other direction. So those are the single-family houses that are across the street from the subject property. As you can see on the first page, some of the lots are fairly substantial in size.
Okay. And also that those residential properties across the street on Springfield Avenue from the subject property do indeed have driveways, some with more than one driveway, that bisect Springfield Avenue, correct?
I don't know.
Down here.
By bisect.
In other words, that they come out on Springfield Avenue,
Yes,
correct?
and as apparent there's no sidewalk on that side.
That was my next question.
Oh.
So on that side, on the bottom photo on page 2, you're showing the side of Springfield Avenue that does not have sidewalks.
That's correct. So the third and final page, I have a small rendition of the subject property and the proposed development, showing in blue the setback lines and in green the required buffers. I have an inset to the right that has
Okay,
some-
so let's just,
Okay.
again, on page 3, okay? So you're superimposed the proposed development, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you have the blue represents what?
the required building setback lines.
Okay. And the green represents what?
The required buffers.
So in the area that is outside of the blue, there should not be any building structures, correct?
Right, that should be buffering, landscaping. There are,
And with regard to that's outside the blue. So now we're in the green, and the area that is shaded in green represents areas of the site that should not have any buildings or structures because it represents buffer areas. Is that correct? Okay.
and while I'm talking about buffer areas, it's one of the requirements of the ordinance, but buffer areas have benefits both for the subject property and the abutting properties. To the west or to the left of that diagram, you have paddleball courts. The user of this property, or the the house of worship, in my opinion, deserves some kind of buffering from the noise from the paddleball courts. So what I'm saying is that the buffer works for the benefit of both sides of the property line. The ordinance requires it on this property, because it's not a single-family use, but it is, in my opinion, mutually beneficial to both this property as well as the public property. On the bottom, I have an infrared photo 2020 from NJDEP, the GEO website. And toward the center, you'll see above the word Springfield Avenue is where the subject property is. And I showed you what 500 feet is there. So the first two cross streets, Oakley and Fairview, they are two intersections, but there are no crosswalks there. You have to go further off the photo, where the next street does have crosswalks and a flashing light for pedestrians. That's about 960 feet away from the driveway on the subject property. So, for example, if someone parks on the opposite side of Springfield Avenue and they want to obey the law, they have to walk 960 feet to the east without any sidewalks, cross at the legal crossing spot, and come back 960 feet to get to the subject property legally. There are not many people or humans that will do that. Because of simply the arrangement, and again, it's a county road, 35 miles per hour. People go, in my experience, a little over the speed limit on a number of occasions. So what I'm emphasizing with this is the character of Springfield Avenue, and significant issues are that the other side does not have any sidewalk, and that this area is not well suited to pedestrian traffic once you leave your car.
So Peter, what we didn't talk about is on page 3, you have a couple of notations. First of all, you say in red, freestanding solar array not permitted in our zones.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And that references the solar canopies.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you have a chart, and then you have, with 2 columns, conditional use standard and violation.
Yep.
Okay? And just describe for the record what that is, or why you put that
So
on there.
I believe this reflects the latest plans. And again, these are, a conditional use standard means that if you violate it, it's not like a C variance, just simple majority votes. These are issues that the governing body considered so important that it requires an enhanced voting ratio when an applicant doesn't comply with this. So all of those, that pink color are issues where there is non-compliance. And it's a number of the standards. It's not just 1 or 2. There are a number of standards that are not in compliant. Now, the applicant is suggesting that's just minor. I'll go into that a little more later. But there are many instances that are not complied with here.
And here we're talking about a site that is going to be redeveloped with a brand-new building.
Yes.
And other structural improvements.
So
correct?
a significant feature here is that the applicant is demolishing all the improvements on the site. If the applicant were adding to the building that was there, if the applicant, that might trigger some relief because of existing conditions. but the applicant is stripping the site of all the improvements, and that means that there aren't existing conditions that justify relief that's being sought. And kind of to jump the gun a little bit, because there are no religious tenets that say the building has to be built this way, can't be 2 stories or whatever it is, to a certain degree, the relief, the applicant is not going to be able to expand the property. I don't know if they even asked the Board of Ed if they would sell some property, or the town. I don't know if that was done. But that's an existing condition that's not likely to change. But the applicant has the ability, through various designs, to accommodate its religious needs, but not necessarily with this highly unusual architecture that spreads the building out. That's a choice of the applicant, and one might say, and I do conclude, that that's could be looked at as a self-created hardship, because I have these desires for a very exotic design that's not necessarily associated generically with this religion, that these choices that the applicant make have a number of consequences in not complying with the code and not having enough parking on the property. Part of my analysis was to look at the surrounding area, and let me just get my other notes. The master plan clearly supports this area as an R15 residential zone, single-family zone. And again, the test on the negative criteria, when an applicant has to demonstrate that there's no substantial impairment of the zone plan and zoning ordinance, everyone knows what the zoning ordinance is. The zone plan is the master plan. It's not the reexamination report. That's a different section of the municipal land use law. In fact, the reexamination report doesn't even require a public hearing. So the document to look at is the 2000 master plan. And that had an open space element that specifically talked about the Red Cross property. Page Roman numeral 5-7, under point number 6 in the 2000 master plan, and I don't know if that's been reviewed by the applicant's planner, but it reads as follows. Red Cross property. The Red Cross property on Springfield Avenue is surrounded by Wilson Park and would, quote unquote, square off Wilson Park and would be a logical expansion of Wilson Park. Now, because that's a recommendation in the master plan, the municipality, under the municipal land use law, can invoke a year period to consider whether to purchase it or not. Now, I don't know.
And that's a different, because the question was asked. That's a different procedure and standard than the simple town wants to take property and they're going to exercise eminent domain because they claim that it's for some form of public purpose. This is a completely
Right.
different procedure, correct?
As already suggested on the record, if the city of Summit wants to use this property for a public purpose, part of Wilson Park, they can condemn it at any time, because that's a public purpose, and the only thing you argue about is what's the value of the property. There's a different provision of the municipal land use law that says when there's a development application, you can put it on hold for a year, and
When you say you, meaning
the municipality, or
well,
this board.
the board that is being presented with the development application.
That's correct. They can hold action.
And let's back
I'm
up.
sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
That's okay. So that is only in circumstances where there is an approval of that application, as opposed, because if the application is denied, then there's
no issue,
There's
yeah.
no issue. So that provision of the municipal land use law that you're referring to only takes effect in circumstances where a board rules favorably and approves a development application, where they can choose to reserve.
Yes, that's
ahead.
a subtlety of that provision. And
If I could just jump in, are you referring to section 44 that Mr. Simon was asking about earlier?
yes,
Now, that section does only refer to the planning board and not necessarily the zoning board, is that right?
but it does, but I think that the Board of Adjustment shares powers of the planning board, and in my opinion, it would also apply to the Board of Adjustment, and it would make sense if it didn't. It would make no sense if it didn't apply, because it would violate that principle that if something is recommended in the master plan, the municipality can, for a period of a year, can evaluate whether it wants to acquire the property.
Can I ask a follow-up? How would that interact with application of RLUIPA? Would that place a substantial burden on?
I think that's,
applicant?
first of all, I don't think RLUIPA would come into play. And the reason is that there's no house of worship on this property today. There is always a balance of equities. There's a case from, I don't know, I think South Brunswick, where a municipality purchased a farm that was supposed to be developed for low and moderate income housing. And the court said, wait a minute, we have two public purposes here. We have promotion of affordable housing, and we have open space and parks. And the court, my recollection is, the court said, that's proper. If the municipality wants to acquire it as open space, despite the fact that the developer wanted it for inclusionary housing, that's okay. The municipality gets to make that call. In my opinion, again, the issue of the application of RLUIPA has to do with how you structure your zoning ordinance, but I don't think it impinges upon a municipality that wants something for parkland.
The example you're citing is application of state law against a conflicting state law, correct?
Well, the RLUIPA is a federal,
That's what I'm getting at.
yeah,
So
it's
now
a,
you've got federal and state regulations in conflict.
well,
Different
it's the
analysis.
first time I think there was legislation at the federal level that talked about zoning, because usually that's just a state battle, and this is the first time, I think, where federal legislation, I think under one of the Bush administrations, was adopted, and it does talk about land use controls. And I don't think there's any other, I mean, there are principles like free speech and, that affect zoning, but that was one of the first times where it specifically talked about local zoning ordinances. And it's really a legal matter, but in my judgment, if a municipality, it's not like we're condemning the existing house of worship, that the applicant worships in now. That's not here. This is a proposal of the applicant, and in my opinion, there's always a balancing of equities. The municipality has the right to acquire land for public purposes.
And with regard to the fact that this property has been identified in the city's master plan documents as potentially being valuable to, fill in the park, my term. Okay? How does that implicate, if at all, the applicant's burden of proof with regard to what they're here for, getting variances that need to satisfy the negative criteria, which includes no substantial impairment to the master plan?
It says two things to me. It says, first of all, the abutting lands that are owned by the city are prized by the city. This is valuable open space, and the municipality wants to make it more viable because this property is surrounded on three sides by parkland. And just from a common sense point of view, this is kind of the hole in the donut. And think what the municipality could do if they have more contiguous open space. So first of all, it, in my opinion, very much endorses the value of the publicly owned land adjacent to this. And it suggests to me that in the review of an application, in reviewing whether variances should be granted, it heightens the interest in protecting that surrounding property. The applicant is saying, it's parkland, so don't pay attention to it. I'm being a little more dramatic, it's, the property value is not going to decrease on those surrounding properties. That's, the applicant is saying it automatically meets the intent of the buffer requirement, or you can, it justifies the relaxation of the buffer. And I don't abide by that, because again, a buffer goes both ways. That 50-foot requirement, or slightly less than 50 feet from the setbacks, is valuable to both properties. If this happens to be developed as a church, they would like to be protected from some of the noise from the adjacent public recreation facilities, and vice versa. So the fact that it is recommended to be an expansion, again, it in one sense, it puts the choice in front of the municipality. Do you want to acquire this or not? You have an opportunity now for about a year to consider that, but I think it also enhances the municipality's value on the public space and the need to make its shape regular.
Okay.
Okay. So, there is, in my opinion, a certain degree of self-created hardship, I'll call it, by the applicant almost ignoring the zoning standards. There was a design of a building, and they, inched into too much building coverage, too much impervious coverage, largely ignore the required buffers, ignore some of the setbacks for the parking. I think it can easily be envisioned that there could be a house of worship built here that maybe has more 2 stories than 1 story, but would have the required amount of parking on the site, and still have the buffers that are required both for the benefit of the house of worship as well as the benefit of the park land, the publicly owned land that abuts this. What is difficult here is that the applicant is relying on off-site parking. And again, you can talk to the, about the other houses of worship. I believe the first zoning in town was in 1921. So a lot of these houses of worship were built before there was zoning and before there were parking standards. This is a different situation, number one, because of timing, and because it is a property where everything on it is going to be demolished. It's a blank slate. If this had a house of worship on it that was going to be expanded and there might be issues of setbacks, that's a different story. That doesn't apply here because this is a blank slate. And so what is unique about this property, the existing facility is in a historic building. Yeah, there are columns inside and it's, it doesn't hold as many people, but it's in a setting that is a pedestrian setting. There's parking all the time on the street there, and that's expected because it's on the edge of the business district. That's part of the land use mix here. This is another world here. You have
This is another world, meaning the proposed location.
the proposed location is another world. You have a fast-moving street. You have no sidewalks on one side of that street. You have a healthy speed limit of 35 miles per hour, and you have public safety concerns. People are not going to walk 960 feet on a part of the street that doesn't have any sidewalks, cross at the flashing light with the crosswalk, and then come back 960 feet. It's not going to happen. People are going to park where it's most convenient, and that raises a safety issue, and it suggests that it's more important than in other situations to have adequate parking on the site. And you can forget the amount per square footage, but there is a standard that is kind of generic, which is a parking spot for every 3 seats. And the applicant is deficient. And what I'm suggesting is two things. The applicant would offer a design which would have compliant parking on the site, and that's not only the numbers, but the location of the parking and the right setbacks and buffering. That would be, now there might be some major events that you still have overflow parking, and that's true of shopping centers and high holy days or whatever. But for the normal operation on a Sunday morning, the ordinance wants to have enough parking on site to accommodate this house of worship. And the applicant is looking to the future for an additional number of occupants here. There's no religious institution I know that wants to shrink. Everyone wants to accommodate as many congregants as possible. But the applicant may, given the negatives that arise from this, may be overreaching in terms of the number of parking spaces and the number of seats. But what I would suggest to you is that there are a host of other designs that don't violate any religious principles that can probably comply with the standards. And that's an important feature in this setting. Now, your municipality has a number of design guidelines as part of the ordinance that apply to non-residential uses. And they tend to, reflect traditional styles, traditional setbacks. As is apparent from the architecture, this is a unique building. It's in my opinion, a well-crafted sculpture, but it ignores what the standards are in the ordinance. And again, I know of no religious principles that say you have to do it this way. There are some religions where, again, the altar has to face a certain direction. There have to be certain components there, and that's part of, in some religious institutions, you separate the women from the men. That has something to do with the square footage when you do that. That's not the case here. So, let me, let's see, how are we doing? Should we continue, or?
We're good?
Yeah, let's, Let's try and get as much
Okay.
time as we can.
Okay.
Keep going.
So.
Peter, can I just ask you, before you go on and mark your spot, in terms of the parking, and you know, I asked Ms. Keller a couple questions relating to the parking standard of 1 per 3 seats, or 1 per 10, 10 square feet of gross floor area, or whichever is greater that's in the ordinance. Would you agree that you can't just, simply ignore a section of an ordinance because it doesn't make sense and just say, we're going to act as if that doesn't exist? But, and also, if you are going to, sort of go against the ordinance in terms of how you're going to evaluate an application for a particular element of the application, is it your experience that, like, ITE parking standards would then become all the more relevant to determine what an appropriate parking number is?
Well, first of all, you can't, in my judgment, you can't declare your ordinance illegal. Only a court can do that. So you have to read what it says, understand what it says, and there is, again, kind of a default mechanism. The ordinance essentially says, okay, what's the number of seats? Divide by 3, that's the number of on-site parking spaces that you need. There's kind of a default mechanism, and I don't know all the rationale for doing it, but you have to read it. Now, 1,800 spaces are what we call a lot of spaces, but it shows you the intent of the ordinance, which is to confine the parking demand in most situations, Sunday morning, on the property. That's the intent of the ordinance. And while I would say we're not, you can't ignore the fact that that is the intent of the ordinance. It's twofold. If the amount of square footage, and again, as you know, many religious institutions do a lot of things under their mission that are things that were not necessarily done 50 years ago. And as I mentioned, the example of Montclair. Montclair allowed schools teaching art, they allowed the whole theater company, they allowed a lot of things in churches to help out churches in their missions, but it also said we recognize that creates land use impacts that are not the same as a traditional church. And you might have had a neighborhood that was a Catholic neighborhood and they had a Catholic church, and you could walk to church and that was the end of it. That's not what society is now. People come from a lot of different directions. It's hard to see, unless you're an Orthodox synagogue where you're walking, people come from a lot of different directions and they generally drive.
And Peter, with regard to just one more question about the parking. There's also a requirement that parking areas in residential zones be in the required rear yard or in the buildable area of the lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, the buildable, if you're looking at page 3 of 01, the buildable area of the lot is the blue
Yes.
area that's identified, correct?
Yes.
Right? And the rear yard would be past the building, correct? Going to the
Past the
rear.
building, but not within the buffer.
But not within the buffer,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So in this case, not only per your testimony, does the ordinance support having your parking be fully on your site, but also within your site, within certain areas, correct?
Correct. And again, because this is not a 2-acre lot or larger, that's, and this lot can't practically be expanded, that's a limitation on what you can put on the property. And it triggers a variance, and that has to be addressed by the applicant. So, looking at the house of worship, there are a lot of nonconformities, and they are not justified, in my opinion,
by simply the fact that this abuts either Board of Ed or public lands, because the buffer is a mutual benefit. The house of worship doesn't want to be right next necessarily to paddleball courts, and vice versa. People in the park don't not necessarily want to hear kids out playing, but the standard in the ordinance is a buffer around the sides and the rear of the property. The fact that it is public property on the perimeter does not mean, in my opinion, that you could ignore the impacts. There's still going to be impacts, maybe not in terms of property values, but in terms of usability. And again, because the master plan of 2000 says, boy, we'd like more parkland, that puts an enhanced value on the abutting public uses here, in my opinion. So, and again, this is, church is an inherently beneficial use, but that doesn't exempt them from meeting the negative criteria. That's still a way that has to be evaluated. In this case, it's a conditional use standard. A lot of the standards are not met. And I think the magnitude of the number and with the magnitude of those variances suggests that the applicant hasn't met the negative criteria in terms of justifying under the Coventry case. On the issue of the solar panels, that's the four-step SECA process. What's the magnitude of the public benefit? What negative impacts arise from approving it? What reasonable conditions can the board impose to minimize those impacts? And on balance, can the negative criteria be satisfied? I would suggest to you that the solar panels over the parking spots are diminished in their public benefit because they're going to be in shade a lot of the time. That means they're not going to serve their purpose if they were in complete sunlight. And that's not going to change because most of those trees are on the abutting public property. The second issue is what are the negative impacts? And on its face, they violate, the parking itself violates the setbacks, but there's an issue of aesthetics here. It's in a buffer area. This is right within the buffer area. Your ordinance wanted nice-looking parking lots, and that wasn't just, that was putting in trees in. I would say that these solar panels are worse than trees in terms of aesthetic impact. This is something you don't normally see in I don't know any house of worship, there may be some, but I can't recall a house of worship parking lot that has solar panels in them. I see them in corporate centers, I see them in industrial zones, I see them on government buildings. It's unusual to have them here. And again, your ordinance is clear that they're not permitted in residential zones. I don't know what conditions can be imposed that would mitigate this. One could say, well, we'll put up tall evergreens in the buffer area. Instead of having whatever, so many feet, we'll put in tall evergreens. Well, that's going to defeat the purpose of the solar panels. So I don't see a way to mitigate the impact of those. And again, because these are special standards specifically geared for houses of worship in residential zones, in my opinion, going through the SECA standards, in my opinion, the applicant has not met their burden of proof.
So that's for the D1 variance for the solar panels?
That's correct.
Okay. And so with regard to the D3 variance, Ms. Keller, I believe appropriately referred to the Coventry Square versus Westwood Supreme Court case from 1994. Do you agree that that's part of the criteria?
Yes, it's the
here?
Coventry at Westwood case. And again,
And that case talked about the board needing to focus on whether the site remains appropriate for the conditional use despite failure to conform with that conditional use ordinances, conditions, and in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe a few more as well, correct?
Right, so the case says concentrate on the deficiencies from the conditional use standards. And again, the significance here is these aren't generic conditional use standards. They apply specifically to houses of worship. And when you look at the number of standards that are violated, and you look at the consequences of that, meaning we have activity too close to the abutting municipal activity, and we don't have enough parking on the site, and we have a situation that it offers some danger in terms of walking across Springfield Avenue. In my opinion, the applicant has not adequately addressed the deficiencies and the negatives that arise from that. And that's the standard out of the Coventry case, and in my opinion, it hasn't been met.
Okay. And also the Coventry case talks about whether conditions can be imposed in any potential approval of a conditional use variance to ensure that those deviations do not cause substantial detriment to the public. The court talks about that.
Right.
Right? And my question to you is, in this case, do you believe that conditions can be imposed to ensure that those many deviations from the conditional use requirements do not cause substantial detriment to the public good?
I don't see any because of the number of conditions that are violated, and essentially that the applicant has suggested that they're not interested, as I understand it, in any other design layout of the building and the parking. This is what they've arrived at. Meets the intent of the congregation, and I would suggest that that's somewhat arbitrary because there are no fire code reasons that justify this shape. There are no religious tenets that say it has to be this way. I don't see reasonable conditions that could be imposed that would allow the applicant to justify it under the Coventry case.
Okay. And as we talked about earlier, an applicant, even for an inherently beneficial use, needs to still meet the negative criteria: no substantial detriment to the public good and no substantial impairment to the zone plan and zoning ordinance, correct?
That's correct. You
Okay.
still have to meet the negative criteria.
Okay. And for all the reasons that you've identified through your testimony and your presentation of your exhibit, do you believe, let's start first with the D3 conditional use, whether the applicant has met its burden of proof regarding the negative criteria?
In my opinion, the applicant has not, because they've tried to simply whitewash the deficiencies by the fact that it abuts public property. And in my opinion, that doesn't relieve the applicant of addressing the negatives. And there'll still be negatives, even though it's it's publicly owned land. It's clear from the master plan that this is a valued resource that ought to be protected and, in fact, potentially expanded.
And does that same analysis apply to the applicant's request for relief from the bulk standards, certain bulk standards that are set forth in the ordinance in terms of the negative criteria?
Both the setbacks and the building and impervious coverage. There could be a design, in my opinion, that doesn't intrude as much into the buffer areas. And again, because it's a fairly unique design, I think common sense suggests that alternate designs could meet the programming needs of the church.
So here, to sort of sum up, you believe that that the neighborhood would be getting a building that would be too large for the site, right?
Yes,
Too tall for the neighborhood,
yes,
lacking the necessary setbacks and buffering,
correct,
relying on off-site parking,
correct,
including prohibited solar panel parking canopies.
yes, yes,
And also with architecture that is not necessarily blending in with the residential architecture and related park setting.
This is a unique design. I would suspect there's not another one like this in New Jersey and maybe the country. Now, that's,
You don't know that.
I don't know that, but I don't know, I've never seen anyone like this. And again, there's a theme here, of the design, but it's not the only design, and it's not a religious mandated design.
So for all those reasons, based on the application as currently submitted to this board, do you have an opinion as to whether the applicant's relief for not just the D1 variance, D3 variances, the many bulk, or C variances, but also preliminary and final major site plan approval should be granted?
In my opinion, it should not be granted because the applicant has not met its burden of proof. And in my opinion, if it is granted, it would be substantially detrimental to the public good, all of the off-site parking, and it would substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance.
I have nothing further from Mr. Steck at this time, subject to any rebuttal.
Okay. Due to the late hour, I really don't want to rush our experts or the board questions or Mr. Maynard's questions. So we're going to have to keep carrying.
So the next available date we have is March 2nd. Let me just confirm as I'm looking through my paperwork here. Yes, March 2nd is the next available date. There's no other applications on that evening.
It's good for the applicant.
Great.
Milburn?
Okay. Supposed to be somewhere else. Can I just ask, what would be the next date after that date?
I believe the following date in March, which I don't have right in front of me, but I can find out relatively quickly.
Right here at the calendar. The 16th, maybe?
Yes, that would be
Okay,
the
all right.
16th.
You answered the question correctly, so let's stick with March 2nd at this time.
Okay.
Just to let the board know that if the matter needs to be, if the application needs to be further carried, I then cannot be here on the 16th, just so you know.
Understood.
Okay.
So, Mr. Maynard, waiving the time frame to act through the
Absolutely.
2nd, and I imagine we are carrying this without further notice. Okay, do I have a motion to carry?
Moved. Second.
And, let's see here. Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
Ms. Chifo,
Yes.
Mr. Feskins.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen.
Yes.
And Chairman Loikens.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
See you in March.
Thank you all.
Thank you. You think so? I love your.
I thought we were.
All right, so we do have minutes for memorialization. Those are the minutes of the September 15th, 2025 meeting. The eligible voting members are Mr. Nelson, Ms. Chifo, and Chairman Loikens. Do I have a
Guys,
motion?
I'm sorry, can we keep it down, please? For the
So
crowd.
moved.
And second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great.
I get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
All right, thank you, guys.